Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's BCP Council Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Dave Kelsey, and I'm here to chair the meeting this morning. We have several councillors with you who I will introduce shortly, but I will first ask the Democratic Services Officer to read out the housekeeping rules. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Something that I'll ask you all to note is that the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast and will be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. For members of the public that are in the room, it is possible that the cameras will capture your image, and by your presence you are deemed to have consent to be filmed, and for the use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the chairman in the case of disruption. Please could everyone present follow these ground rules, only speak when invited to by the chairman. Please use the microphones on your desk when speaking and remember to turn them off when you're finished. If accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, please turn on your video function when invited to speak. Again, if you're accessing via Microsoft Teams and would like to speak on an item, please do so by using the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Microsoft Teams window. When voting on a move, the chairman will call out each committee member's name in a roll call style and will ask for the member to respond with a vote for, against or abstain. For those in the room, if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by the way of the nearest available assigned fire exit route and make your way to the ground floor just outside the building. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. And please note this includes members' laptops, which means that you need to turn off your cameras, microphones, and turn the volume all the way down to ensure that there's no disruption or feedback during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrod. So moving on, the committee members in the room today are myself, Councillor Dave Kelsey, Councillor Toby Johnson, Vice Chairman, Councillor Steve Barron, Councillor Derek Borthwick, Councillor Simon Bull, Councillor Malcolm Davies, Councillor Peter Hall, Councillor Paul Hilliard, Councillor Bob Lawton, Councillor Marion Lepedevin, Councillor Simon McCormack, Councillor Tony Trent. We have apologies, please, Mr. Harrod.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received today from Councillors George Farquhar, Tony O'Neill and Felicity Rice.
And do we have any substitute members?
No substitutes appointed.
Thank you. Members, are there any declarations of interest on any of today's items, please? That is none. Thank you very much. And can I ask that members are happy that I sign the minutes of the meeting in July? Agreed. Thank you very much. So we will move on to public issues. Before that, I will just remind people that there are several officers in attendance today. We have Artemis to my right here, who's a development managerial manager. We have several senior planning officers. I'd also like to introduce Ella, who is work experience, and she will be sitting in today from a legal point of view. She'll have no part in the discussions or anything, but she's here purely to gain some experience on how things work in local government. So moving on, we will move straight on then to the first item today, which is 6A, Savoy Hotel, West Hill Road, Bournemouth. And I would ask Mr. Hubbard to present his case, please. Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, hopefully you can presentation on the screen.
We can, thank you, Tom.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, members. This is the first of two separate planning applications relating to the Savoy Hotel in West Hill Road, Bournemouth. It's a retrospective planning application for the installation of a replacement extraction flue with associated ducting and plant equipment and installation of 5 fan units in an acoustic housing and a replacement boundary fence. The site address refers to the Savoy Hotel, which is the historic hotel use on the site, although the Savoy did close some time ago and it's since reopened under a new brand, the Nicky Hotel. So this is the site location for context. It's located in the West Cliff area of Bournemouth. It's within the Bournemouth town centre area. This part of the town is traditionally tourism orientated with a strong concentration of hotels, as well as residential blocks of flats. So this is the site here. It's a large site with a spacious garden to the southern side. You've got the main hotel building and a coach house to the northern side with a car park in here. The site is within the Westcliff and Pool Hill Conservation Area. So an aerial view of the site. The proposals under this application relate to the installation of extraction equipment and air conditioning units on the west side of the building, which is this side here. You can see it's quite close to the adjacent blocks of flats. This one, Bayview Gardens, and this one, Tower Court. From this slightly different angle, you can see that the Bayview Gardens block has a number of windows and balconies which face the Savoy Hotel site. It's in quite close proximity. So the plant equipment for which consent is sought here was installed without planning permission, and it generated a number of complaints to our environmental health team, mainly in relation to noise, and particularly from residents of these flats. Since this planning application was put in, there have been a number of changes in order to overcome these noise issues. So you can see here on the left, this is the extraction flue as it was originally installed. You can see it emerges from the side of the building at the top of the ground floor and goes all the way up, terminating above the eaves of the building. And then on the right is a photo taken yesterday showing they've started to do the mitigation works. The extraction flue, as originally installed, it didn't have a positive appearance, although you can see that the visual impact is mitigated to a degree by this existing fire escape staircase, and then the step out of the building on the other side. So it's sort of contained between those two elements. You'll only really see it from this view from the neighbouring flats. I mean, this building is prominently visible on all sides, but it is a commercial building, so it's recognised it will need some plant and extraction equipment. So the west side in this location here is probably the least prominent or sensitive area of the building to locate it. However, in light of this sort of poor industrial appearance, as well as the noise concerns, it's now proposed to clad the flue, sort of shroud it and cover it with brick slips to match the existing building. So this will also include some insulation within, so it overcomes the noise concerns and also helps to integrate better with the building, appearing more as a sort of chimney-like structure. And then moving back from Westcliff Road and the entrance to the adjacent flats here, you can't really perceive the flue, mainly because of the staircase in front of it. And you can see they've started to shroud it with the brick slip, so you just sort of see a hint of brickwork. You can't really see the flue anymore. What you can see here is the other element of the proposals, which is the air conditioning fan units, which have been placed along the boundary on a concrete plinth adjacent to this entrance to the underground car park of the flats. The timber structure you can see is the side of the acoustic enclosure. This has been built around them to, again, overcome noise concerns. It's got an angled roof over to a reduced noise spill to flats on the higher levels. This shows the air conditioning units and the housing in a bit more detail. You can see here they're contained within that timber enclosure, but they're all sort of below the fence line or the line of that single-storey structure here. Yeah, and again, you can see, you just about see the side of this side peeks out from beyond that single-storey building, but otherwise they're all contained behind the fence line. The top image shows a proposal to replace the previous fence with a slightly taller one, and then below you can see, photo taken yesterday, they've started to put that fence in already. It's part of the noise mitigation work, and it's not overly tall or intrusive. Plan here shows the location of the air conditioning fan units in orange and the approximate location of the extraction flue in red. You can see again it's quite close to the neighbouring flats, but the applicants and the neighbours have both commissioned their own noise assessments, which originally showed noise from both of these installations was actually harmful. However, there has been considerable work between the parties over recent months to try and overcome these issues, which has led to the proposals before you today in terms of that cladding and insulation of the extraction flue, the new fence and the acoustic enclosures for the fan units, as well as other technical aspects within the extraction equipment itself. I understand the noise consultants are now satisfied, as is the Council's Environmental Health Officer. And then once these mitigation measures are complete, further testing is built into the conditions of the consent, condition 2, parts E and F. And there's also a general overall requirement in terms of noise levels as part of condition 3. In terms of elevations, so the original elevation didn't have any extraction equipment. They then installed this flue, as you can see here. So that's as it was originally installed. And then the bottom images show you the proposal to clad the flue and the fence line again, which will obscure the lower part of that addition. And then finally, a view of a side view from the north, showing the acoustic enclosure for the fan units tucked between the building and that adjacent underground parking entrance building in blue there. So in summary, these proposals, they were installed without planning permission and created a definite noise impact, which led to many objections from local residents, but now retrospective permission is sought and noise reports have been produced during the application process, including these significant mitigation measures proposed to overcome these noise concerns. The Council's Environmental Health Officer is satisfied that the mitigation measures will be effective and that the conditions applied will ensure the noise impact is acceptable. And then in terms of the visual impact, although this is a conservation area, the equipment is generally well hidden, and along with the proposal to clad the flue with the brick slips, it means it would not have a harmful impact on the character of the area. So overall, the application has been recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubbard. Mr. Harrod.
Yes, so in terms of speakers, I have, as an objector, I've got Kelly Mather on the line, wishing to speak an objection.
Hi. Thank you for the
Morning, Kelly.
Morning. Am I okay to go?
You may go ahead, yes. Thank you.
Well, firstly, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Bayview Gardens about our major concerns regarding application 6A. The flue and air conditioning units are extremely noisy, and 2 independently written reports have confirmed the noise produced is at an unacceptable level. They are seriously impacting the quality of life and mental health of residents. On behalf of the residents, I want to state on record that we strongly object to the granting of their retrospective planning permission on several grounds, namely noise pollution affecting the physical and mental well-being of residents. The planned remedial works theoretically were set to make a substantial difference, but as they near completion, we experienced no real difference. The remedial works to date have made very little change to the 24/7 noise it emits. The noise is constant, and the assurances given by the hotel about the effectiveness of the remedial works is unsubstantiated. Residents here still cannot use their balconies in comfort. The noise can be heard inside the flats even with the windows closed, and several residents have advised they now have to sleep with earplugs and taking sleeping tablets for the first time. This is clearly distressing and impacting the physical and mental well-being of residents, and this is neither acceptable nor sustainable. It is part of a blatant disregard for local residents shown by the Savoy. We were advised the air conditioning units will be turned off around 2300 hours, but this rarely happens, and it is still on often beyond midnight. And if they are turned off on the odd occasion, it's for a minimum window of time. Point 29 application 7 2021 4988 AQ shows that the Savoy has already built the flue in question, exploiting the very essence of your planning approach and its system. The summary argument on page 2 of this said document absolutely fails to consider the current detrimental impact the flue has on us as residents. We are duly worried and have significant reservations, unease and upset about the prospect of this planning application being approved. We ask that the full planning permission be delayed until it is proven that the planned actions to deliver the required action reductions in noise. And we would love assurances that the planning committee would visit our homes to witness and experience this noise pollution to enable you to make an informed decision. We need to be assured that you are protecting our rights and our health as residents in your decision-making process. We're placing our trust and our mental well-being of families in your hands as you consider this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Mr. Howard. Yes, we also have a statement from Mr. Paul Whitcomb, and he writes, "Dear Planning Committee, I'm regarding the retrospective planning application for the new extraction flue. I live on the east side of Tower Court. As you're aware, the flue was installed without planning and without regard to those living in proximity. The Nicholas James Group have other hotel properties and have had similar issues in the past. I'm assuming this is based on their assertion that the insulation and cladding to reduce the noise have worked before, but with this knowledge, they still went ahead, most probably working on the better to ask for forgiveness and permission philosophy. As I write this, they have clad the flue with insulation and have clad it in brick to about halfway up. The noise level is about the same. Members of the committee may think that, given the relatively busy location, that this wouldn't be noticeable, but rather surprisingly, it's very quiet here, apart from the occasional boy racer or group of gorillas and leprechauns on their way to a stag do. As most of us are aware, these days, noise pollution has a serious effect on mental health and background stress levels. For an example, think about when you've been driving for a while and with your car's air conditioning on, and then you switch it off. For a moment, you really appreciate the silence. The noise is tiring. The problem is that the noise from the flue is constant, and this isn't switched off until the early hours of the morning, despite what the hotels say. As I've said, the insulation and brickwork have made little or no difference, which is not overly surprising as the noise is coming out of the end/top. You could wrap a fighter jet up in all the insulation you could find, but the noise is still coming from the business end. It's also worth noting that the work to enclose has been on go slow. I don't remember when the flue was first installed, but it must be heading towards a year. I appreciate that there are supply issues, etc., but it's still taking a long time to me. As it stands, it's not acceptable for me or others directly affected. Also, I don't appreciate being sent 25% off food at the hotel just days before the email from planning services arrived. Possibly a coincidence, but probably not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Howard.
Sorry, we also have, speaking on supports, we have Eldon James from the Nicholas James Group. If you'd like to sit on the desk at the end.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Eldon James, representing Nicholas James Group and the Nicky Hotel, previously the Savoy Hotel. I have a brief statement, which is we purchased the Savoy Hotel in March of last year, at which point the building had stood vacant for over a year and was in an increasing state of disrepair. We immediately started work to refurbish the hotel to a 5-star standard, and to date have invested about 20 million as part of our first phase of refurbishment. During refurbishment, we were informed that the existing extraction flue had reached the end of its life and needed to promptly be replaced. We were also advised that it would be prudent to run the air conditioning pipework and related services at the same time as replacing the derelict ductwork and extraction flue. Whilst the new extraction and air conditioning units are energy efficient and of high specification, offering quieter operation, their position chosen for its discrete location was unfortunately result in noise disturbance to the nearby neighbours. As the extraction flue is a necessary requirement for the operation of the hotel, we have been working very closely with the appointed representatives for both Tower Court and Bayview Gardens, as well as separately appointed specialists and the environmental health officer, to reach an agreed upon solution to eliminate the noise disturbance being caused. In addition, through discussions with the local planning authority, we have suggested and agreed to encase the extraction flue in buff brick to match the existing hotels, that is in keeping with the building. All parties have worked very hard to agree this remedial solution, with a condition included in the officer's report to ensure the solution is tested on completion to confirm its effectiveness. I do just want to point out that we are still quite a way from completing these remedial works, and we would like to, with the planning officer's suggestion for approval, respectfully request planning approval be granted so that we can finalise the work as quickly as possible to resolve the noise disturbance for our neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have no ward colleagues, ward councillors registered to speak on this one. Mr. Hubbard, is there anything you would like to come back on, please?
Not at this point, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In that case, over to members. Members, anyone wish to kick off any debate on this one? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions for the officer, please. Could he confirm where the previous ducting and air conditioning units were housed? Were they more centrally by the car park? Thank you.
Mr. Hubbard.
I believe they were in this area of the building, so further away from the boundary. I don't know if I've got a picture that shows it. You can probably just about see some white there, which is where it was. Oh, here we go. Yeah, here.
Thank you for that. And then leading from that, were you aware of any complaints? I know the hotel's been closed for over a year, but were environmental health aware of any complaints previously in that central position?
No, I'm not aware of any complaints from the previous extraction.
And then last question, it might be a bit technical for you, but the terms seem to be between 7 AM and 11 PM. The sound it can't exceed background noise by more than 5 decibels. Could you just give an indication of what 5 decibels is? Is that like a clap, or what would we expect for 5 decibel, please?
It's more to do with the, well, yeah, like I say, I mean, I'm not an expert in noise, but it's difficult because I think it's a sort of exponential scale decibel. So when you go up 5 decibel difference, it makes an increasing difference, as I understand. So it's hard to really gauge 5 decibels individually, because it depends if it's 5 decibels from 0 or 5 decibels above a certain point.
Yes, yeah, I think that's really what the issue is. We're hearing from the residents. Thank you for that.
Any further members? Councillor Lawton.
I am concerned about the noise pollution here, if it's affecting residents. Having built a factory in Manchester in the early 80s, mid 80s, next to a housing estate where we had to take increased insulation precautions, 5 decibels is quite low, but the 5 decibels at a constant noise is tiring and is wearing on your ears quite significantly. Can I ask for some reassurance from the officer that if the works are completed and we pass it, what remedial action will we take if it exceeds or causes distress to the residents in that area?
Mr. Hubbard.
I think the 5 decibels is metric above background noise level. I think it would be noticeable, but doesn't create harm. And I think if you get to the level of 10 decibels above background noise, then it creates significant harm, as we've seen in the noise reports that have been submitted already. In terms of sort of comfort, then I've built in a quite detailed condition which requires them to implement all the mitigation measures and then undertake further testing. And then you've got condition 3, which is it limits the noise levels to no more than 5 decibels during the daytime hours, and then not above background levels overnight. So if that's exceeded, then it's a measurable thing, and we can presumably take enforcement action if they continue to operate above those noise levels and have not submitted adequate mitigation measures.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like a bit more detail. Para 20, it says to clad the flue and equipment with a brick slip cladding to match the existing building. Just sort of, I can't imagine, you know, I'm just hoping it's not like a sort of vinyl brick effect kind of wrap around thing or anything horrible like that. But yeah, just a bit more detail on the appearance, please. Thank you.
Mr. Hubbard.
Again, if you look at condition 2, it builds a requirement to submit details of materials. Although when I went on site yesterday, I noted they'd started putting in the materials, so we'll have to have a discussion about that. But yeah, the condition does require them to submit details so we can ensure an appropriate appearance.
Any further comments from any member?
Sorry. Yes, I've seen that sentence there. Details of materials will be required by condition to ensure a satisfactory appearance. But what my question was what will it actually be? What will the covering actually be made of? What will it actually look like? Rather than just sort of leaving this a bit open like this. Thank you.
Can you answer that, Mr. Hubbard?
Yes, well, it's not. I mean, brick slip are just a sort of facade treatment that appear to be bricks, although they're not sort of full bricks. So there are varying qualities of brick slip, so we'll have to ensure that it's a satisfactory match to the existing building.
I think, to be honest, Mr. Hubbard, the question really is how soundproofing is the materials they're going to be using?
Soundproofing, well, the brick slips is mainly covering the shroud in terms of a requirement to ensure that it is, it hides the flue and it has an improved appearance. But in terms of soundproofing, all the soundproofing installation would be within the shroud. I mean, you can see that, you probably can't see, but they've initially covered it with a sort of box, and I assume in there is the insulation around the flue, and then you add the brick slips to the shroud that they've created.
Yeah. Any further questions from members? Councillor Pedderman.
Yes, the conditions are relating mainly to the installation of the remedial measures, as far as I can understand it. And actually, I think they've got ahead of the conditions in a way, because they're doing the work already. So hopefully the conditions have been met. But I think the concern I would have, and I'm sure the residents have got, is they may, in theory, have met the conditions, but in practice, 3 months down the line, if the noise is unbearable, what then? There's nothing about, Mr. Hubbard said something about, well, I suppose enforcement could happen. Well, I want something a bit more firm than that, please. Enforcement must happen if it's not meeting the decibel requirements. So I think we need a much tougher condition post-event, if you like, not now, not prior to installation or during installation, but after it's been installed. To do.
I think the problem we have here, we're drifting into two different areas, because we're going to be giving planning permission if we agree to do this. The noise that will be emitting from it after would be an environmental health point of view. So it would be an environmental health issue then if the noise continues to exceed what their conditions state they should be. So it would then be down to environmental health to take any action. rather than us as a planning board. They will have to adhere to what we say today. If they're not adhering to that, then it becomes an environmental health enforcement issue, and it will be down to the residents to contact environmental health and say, look, these buggers are making too much noise. We want something done about it. And it will then be environmental health that have the power to have that rectified and to tell them you're still creating too much noise. Mr. Hubbard, could you just confirm that that would be the way that they would need to go?
Yes, although I do believe that condition 3 is an ongoing noise requirement, and it is sort of precise, it's measurable, and it's therefore enforceable. So I think that, you know, in perpetuity, they would have to meet those noise levels. Yeah, thank you. Legal have just said that it would also breach condition 3, so planning enforcement would also take note on that as well. So they would have two comebacks, environmental health and planning enforcement on that one. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Mr. Hubbard, a tricky question, but if the applicant had followed correct rules and either done a pre-app or had a discussion with you before installing, bearing in mind the heritage aspect and their concerns, would you think your advice would be to install it more centrally at the other side to the sea, or where it is existing, or would you still be agreement to say, yeah, on the side near other residentials could work? Thank you.
It's difficult to, I mean, if you can't design a scheme for an applicant, they normally come to you with a proposal. If they came to me at sort of pre-app stage for the current proposal, I think I would have, you know, worries about, you know, the neighbours that they would need to overcome. But in terms of the conservation area aspects, I think it's a reasonable location, as I said, because it's kind of obscured behind this staircase and this projecting part of the building. So you only really see it from this view from the neighbouring flats. You don't really see it from any other public viewpoints. The previous flue, you can still see it from the public realm. It's probably more prominent where it comes above the roof line here. And then you also have to have regard for the, you know, the proposal coming up later where they want to extend as well. So I think I'm comfortable with the heritage aspect of this because it's generally quite hidden, and you have to remember it's a commercial operation. They do need to put the flue somewhere. I think it's an okay location in that respect.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think that we've rightly sort of focused in on the main issue here, but just wanted to touch on another couple of things. Certainly from a visual point of view, I don't have too many concerns, mainly because it's been lumped next to what is a pretty hideous staircase already. There's obviously in there, we would assume for fire safety reasons as a fire exit. If it was a standalone structure alongside a wall where there was no other work like this, I'd be much more concerned. But given that it is hidden from a lot of the angles by that staircase, and there will be remedial works to make it look a bit better, I don't have too many visual concerns about it. And the VRF units are pretty much invisible from everywhere within the public realm, hidden by the fencing and the enclosure. But it does come back to this noise issue, and I'm torn between the fact that I never like retrospective applications, and because it does feel like it makes a bit of a mockery of the planning system, but that doesn't change that they can do this. I think that for me, I'm torn between the fact that it's already causing great distress, and if they don't complete the remedial works soon, it will continue to cause them great distress, and the fact that if we don't give them planning permission, we have no guarantee that if they apply for another application tomorrow, we could be waiting several more months before we get to any sort of resolution. Whereas if we do grant this planning permission, which is the way I think I'm leaning at the moment, that we can codify the requirements into something measurable and precise that we can then hold them to account on. Because at the moment, we've got nothing to hold them to account on, no real sort of way to to combat what's going on. And I think if we grant the planning application, we can codify that. We can give them a not so gentle kick up the backside to get the remedial works done. And if they don't work, as we've already heard, we've got 2 avenues we can go down to fix the issue for the residents. So I think it is very much the lesser of 2 evils, but it is the lesser of the 2 evils. And so I would move that we grant as set out in the officer's recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Do I have a seconder for that move? I'm torn, but I think having the ability to make objections afterwards rather than sitting around waiting for another 6 months or so whilst work is being done is the better of this. Like my vice chair, I do hate retrospective planning applications because it's just not the correct way to do things. People should put their applications in up front. It's a lot easier for everybody. But we do have the applicant in the room today, and I'm sure that he has heard all of the concerns, and especially from Kelly, the resident who came and spoke to us. I would hope that he really takes note of her concerns and other residents in the area and realises that at the flick of a switch, that hotel could be closed down if they cause a nuisance to the residents. They do have times, as set out in the conditions laid out by the planning officer, of usage for that flue, and I would hope that the manager of that hotel will instruct staff to make sure that those hours are adhered to at all times. There is absolutely no excuse to go outside of those hours. If they want to change them, it is a condition of their planning application, so they will have to come back and ask for that condition to be altered. And I think they would find that very difficult if the residents are still experiencing much annoyance from that piece of equipment. But I will second the Vice Chair's move on that to grant, and I would hope that the applicant will listen to what we've all said here this morning and particularly take notice of what Kelly and her fellow residents have said in their concerns about the hotel. Obviously, we're a seaside town. We thrive on tourism. We need decent hotels, and it's great that this, what was a rundown hotel, has had a lot of money spent on it and brought up to date. And I hope that they're really successful. But to be successful, they have to please everybody in the area as well, not just themselves and their customers and their bank accounts. So I would hope they take notice of what we've been saying. I will go to a vote on this one, and I will call each member's name in turn. If you could vote either for or against, please. Yes, Steve. Councillor Barrington.
Could I, sorry to stall this, but there's just one thing I just need clarified.
Yeah, please do.
I'm not happy voting at the moment. So if we could have the picture back up of looking from the Bayview Court, is it from the side, the side elevation? Yeah, that there. So just to the right of the extractor, there's three sort of sash-looking windows there. What are those? Are those actually hotel rooms?
Mr. Hubbard, could you answer that first?
Yes, I believe they would be.
Right. Okay. Well, if the noise is as bad as the neighbours are thinking, they're going to struggle to have happy customers in there. But no, that's
yeah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councillor Barron.
So for the move. Thank you.
For. Thank you. Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Lawson.
Reluctant for.
Councillor Le Pedevin.
On balance for, but again reluctant.
Councillor McCormack.
For.
Councillor Trent.
Reluctant for.
Councillor Kelsey. I'm for, and Councillor Johnson.
For.
Thank you, members. Chris, could I have the numbers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. We have 10 votes for and 2 against.
So that application is carried by 10 votes to 2. And again, I will reiterate to the applicant about what he has heard here this morning and the concerns of the residents. And if he could please take note and make sure that the conditions are adhered to. Thank you. And thank you for Kelly for joining in online this morning. So moving on, members, we will go on to the second item this morning, which is item 6B. and again is the Savoy Hotel. And again, I will ask Mr. Hubbard if he could present the case, please. Mr. Hubbard.
Thank you. Okay, so this second application on the Savoy before you today is a much more expansive application with a number of different components, including extensions to the northern side of the hotel, which includes an indoor pool, spa and clinic. There's a top floor restaurant and roof terrace, a new outdoor swimming pool and a garden restaurant. To clarify, some of the elements shown on the plans and in the description have already received separate planning consent under delegated powers. So these are the ground floor extension to the original restaurant and terrace on the south side of the building, and the replacement outdoor swimming pool both received consent under separate applications recently, and they weren't subject to as many objections, so they were approved under delegated powers. This application, though, it does show them all comprehensively in the context of the other additions. So once again, the site for context. So you can see it occupies a larger block than others in the area, with a generous garden area to the southern side that contributes positively towards its setting. And a sort of wider aerial photo for this one, you can see the building is orientated to benefit from this large south-facing garden area. You've got the cliff top just beyond the rear of the site. So this means that the northern side of the building feels more functional, sort of back of house, because it's got sort of later extensions and a hard surface car park. So here's a view from the junction of West Cliff Road and West Hill Road at the northwest corner of the site. These old coach house buildings here are to remain and be converted to additional hotel accommodation. You can see from this perspective, buildings on the site make a really positive contribution to the character and appearance of the conservation area. They're sort of very original from this angle, positive features. The main extension to the hotel will retain this view on the whole. It will be located at the back here. The main roof is taller than the main roof of the existing hotel, so it will be quite prominently visible there. So moving further along West Cliff Road at the western boundary of the site. So again, the main extension will be quite prominently visible in here. And a closer view of this northern side of the building. So these are the later extensions here, which will be removed and replaced with the larger and taller extension. So that will infill a lot of this area here, but it's designed to match in terms of its materials and floor heights and windows. So this is a photo of the rear of the building from within the site itself. So this ground floor and lower ground floor extension, they've already been approved and constructed. And then the roof terrace might be partially visible up on this side on the roof here. And this is the existing outdoor swimming pool and pool building, which is to be removed and replaced with the restaurant building. So this is the southeast corner of the site from West Hill Road. You can see the mature trees are a strong boundary feature to the extent that you can't really see that much of the hotel building from the public areas around this side of the site. The new garden restaurant will be located in this part of the site here. There are a couple of small sycamore trees removed from this part of the site. The restaurant will be a single-storey building. It's set back a little bit from the boundary, so there is space for new landscaping along this boundary here, replacing this fence. So these are the existing elevations. The main thing to note here is these extensions on the northern side, which are to be removed. In heritage terms, there's no objection to this as they are later additions. They don't integrate that well with the existing building. They are rendered, they're quite squat structures, and they've got sort of limited articulation. This is the proposed site plan on the left here. So you can see the size of the extension here in grey on the northern side. It's slightly smaller in depth than the existing two-storey extension along this side. You can see the proximity to the neighbouring flats here. So you've got Tower Court and Bayview Gardens again. This separation is considered generally acceptable. It's generally 24-25 metres. There's a very slight pinch point here where it reduces down to about 20 metres. There has been a daylight and sunlight report submitted with the application, which demonstrates a minor impact to a few lower floor rooms in this block here, but not to a degree that's materially harmful overall when you have regard to the likely layout of these flats and the acceptable separation distances. In the garden area, you can see the swimming pool here. This has received separate planning consent last month. And then the garden restaurant, this replaces the existing outdoor pool and pool building. Again, it shows you the few trees removed here. The tree officer has raised no objection to the loss of these low quality trees, and there is a good quality landscaping proposal, sort of illustrative design shown here on the right, which shows replacement planting around that side of the site. The garden restaurant also has a green roof, and this garden area is important, an important part of the setting, and it will remain so. In terms of parking, the existing car park will be reorganised with a new layout. There is a shortfall of parking spaces, which has led to a highway officer objection. But in my report, I've outlined a number of mitigating factors. For example, the integrated nature of the proposed spa and clinic use on the ground floor of the hotel, where the highway officer has calculated it as a sort of separate use. But if you don't include that as a wholly separate use, then it reduces the parking shortfall. There is still a shortfall from the main hotel use, but this is weighed against the benefits of the scheme overall in my assessment. But also you can also have regard to the historic hotel use, where it's operated for many years with a slight shortfall under the current BCP standards, and as well as the requirement for a parking management plan by condition, which the applicants have agreed to. So the whole of the ground floor contains hotel facilities. You've got the restaurant, conference facilities at the back on the south side, and then on the northern side you've got the new indoor pool and spa and clinic facilities, which also extend up to the first floor in the extension. And then the floors above are mainly all hotel rooms until you get towards the top of the building. So on the top floor is a new restaurant and roof terrace on the 5th floor in the roof, and there's a kitchen area below it on the 4th floor. So this element has been one of the more controversial elements of the proposals, with neighbours concerned in their objections, due to the potential for noise and disturbance from this elevated roof terrace. The applicants have added a glazed side screen along the side to try and channel some of the noise away from the neighbours at the side here. And the use of the terrace and the restaurant will also be controlled by condition with an hours of use limitation, so they can't use this terrace after 9 PM, and they have to close all the doors and windows unless they can demonstrate with empirical evidence that the use of that roof terrace is not going to create a noise issue to neighbours later into the evening. Moving on to the elevations, So this is the northern side of the main extension. You can see that the main roof in the shaded section here is higher than the main roof of the hotel in order to get that additional floor to add the roof restaurant and roof terrace here. This is a bulky roof. It's a slightly unconventional design, linking that roof terrace. So the extension is not, you can't consider it subservient to the original building, and it creates therefore some harm to the conservation area. But this is weighed against sort of tidying up that rear elevation where you've got those other extensions which don't contribute positively either. And you also have to weigh up the benefits of the proposal as the MPPF requires. So, for example, the benefits to the local economy and the enhancement of the tourism offer of the town. The south elevation shows the roof terrace again up here on the roof, but with the angle of view available from areas outside the site and the trees around the edge of the site, it probably won't be a prominent addition in my view. You won't really perceive it. You'll just possibly see the top of it. And then on the western side, the main extension, you can see here, where that you've already got a two-story extension of a similar size, so it's going taller. But again, the separation distances, as I mentioned, were considered acceptable. There are a number of windows conditioned to be obscure glazed on this end section here, where it's just the very closest part to Tower Court. The garden restaurant will be a flat roof sort of pavilion style structure with an external seating area. So it's single story, but it has got some of the swimming pool facilities situated underground underneath. It mainly faces into the site rather than having its own street frontage, so it remains sort of ancillary part of the development within the site rather than a separate self-contained use, which is acceptable in conservation area terms. And you can see from the section the height in relation to West Hill Road on the left here. And you can also see the below ground sort of development relating to the swimming pool. It will be a little bit higher and more visible than the existing pool house as shown by the existing section above. But there is a gap between the new building and the site boundary, so it shows some planting in here to help soften and screen that restaurant building. So finally, just a 3D view of the proposals. So the main elements under consideration here are therefore the extension on the northern side with that restaurant and roof terrace above, and then the garden restaurant here, because these elements have already received planning consent. The main issues I outlined in the committee report are firstly the impact on the conservation area, particularly in relation to this large extension to the main hotel. But again, this is weighed against the benefits of the proposal in terms of the enhancement of the tourism offer this proposal provides, and the contribution to the local economy. Although it's a large extension, it's appropriately designed on the lower floors to match the main hotel, and it doesn't affect the main positive elevations of the original building, which are the southern elevation and this eastern main entrance side here. So the overall level of harm is not significant. And then secondly, the potential for noise and disturbance to neighbours. This has been carefully considered and overcome with relevant conditions relating to hours of use of the restaurant facilities and overall noise levels from plant and equipment, similar to the extraction flue application we just heard. It also, again, should be remembered this is an established commercial use in a town centre location, so there will be some intensification of the use, but in principle the uses shown are acceptable, subject to the conditions as mentioned. And then finally, there is a modest parking shortfall, car parking against the parking SPD, Again, in the report, mitigating factors are outlined, and this is also weighed against the benefits of the proposals. It wouldn't be physically possible to provide any additional car parking on site without using this garden area, which obviously would be detrimental to the character and prints of the conservation area. I've attached weight to the economic and tourism benefits of the proposals. It will have a benefit to this part of the town centre where there has been some decline in recent years. There has been some other recent investment in the form of the Wessex Hotel redevelopment with the new Premier Inn, and other neighbouring developments along Westcliff Road. So this will help to continue that trend. The council's tourism officer is strongly in favour of the proposals, stating that the offer proposed here is in line with their own analysis of what the town requires. So overall and on balance, then the proposals have been recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Mr. Harrod, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I have two statements of objection to read out. First of which is from Margaret Mooney, who is a resident of Town Court, and she writes, "My home and residence on our east elevation will be most impacted by the additional construction, as our living room bay windows and other habitable room windows will be severely overshadowed by the 5.5-storey construction directly in front of our windows. 39 double pane casement windows plus 5x5 pane bay windows are affected. A total of 103 glass openings affected in Town Court alone. This application's proposed 5.5-storey extension has considerable impact on residents becoming a block for natural daylight and sunlight, creating dark rooms for those on the east side of Town Court. This is not inconsequential, as stated by the planning officer's report, but has a serious impact on our mental well-being and property values. In terms of separation distance, this may seem acceptable. In reality, it will be very different. The proposed additional bulk is not low-rise as per existing buildings it replaces, but high-rise of 5.5 stories with a deeper roof. This will create a lack of direct sunlight for 90% of Tower Court's eastern elevation. Thus, daylight for these flats will come purely through a tunnel type environment and direct overhead light. The planning officer deems this as acceptable. Overlooking. The proposal has 33 windows looking directly at Town Court and Bayview Gardens, plus an enormous top floor outside terrace. The existing building has 10 significant direct facing bedroom windows, plus some minor windows for storerooms. This demonstrates the proposal has a huge impact on privacy and the living environment of the neighbours. The planning officer sees this as minimal impact. Overdevelopment. The applicant claims this proposal a natural return to a 106-bedroom hotel, but to achieve this, it increases the floor areas from 5,990 metres squared to 8,201 metres squared, an increase of 2,211 metres squared, an unacceptable 37% increase in floor area, making a total of over 2 acres of floor space, surely overdevelopment on a site of 0.8 hectares or 1.97 acres. I note that BCP Heritage Division also objects insufficient parking. The site plan shows 47 spaces, some double tandem parking. This is not sufficient parking for 106 bedrooms plus health centre, bars, restaurants and functions, especially as they are aiming at 5-star clients and not coach trips. Less bedrooms, less parking needed. The Highways Department have objected on lack of parking. Financial issues. Despite financial issues officially not being of planning relevance, the applicant claims to be financially viable. They will spend £20 million to spend it into a 5-star establishment to benefit Bournemouth residents. In reality, a benefit to a small number of high-income visitors and residents, not to your average family that is the real backbone of local tourism. And the next is from James Kane, who's representing Bayview Gardens residents. And he writes, "Good morning, members. My name is James Kane, and I'm a Chartered Town planning consultant representing the residents of Bayview Gardens. Clearly, any scheme that enhances the tourism function of the town should be supported, and the residents of Bayview Gardens all accept this. However, what is of equal importance is that Savoy Hotel sits cheek by jowl to residential apartments, and the amenities of residents should be afforded significant weight in the planning judgment. The applicant has undertaken many works without planning permission. I consider it imperative for members to have been inside and outside of Bayview Gardens and heard the noise and disturbance in person, and ask themselves whether they could live adjacent to what continues to be sleep impacting development and activity. The officer accepts in the report that the extensions to the hotel are significant and harmful to the conservation area. There is also a highways objection, which in itself would hold water at appeal. Given that the parking SPD is still a relatively new parking policy document, the deviation from the guidance within it, a shortfall of between 6 and 11 parking spaces, depending on how flexibly it is interpreted, means there will be increased pressure upon street parking nearby. It is the rooftop terrace which will impact upon Bayview Gardens residents the most. A flimsy glass screen will not prevent the harmful noise generated from this use, which is largely from diners enjoying themselves, but also from music. Music can be controlled, and the background music only condition is supported. What is more difficult to control is the noise produced by groups and individuals. As such, a management plan condition is suggested should planning permission be approved. This would include methods of dealing with noisy customers and also preventing large groups sitting in the most noise-sensitive areas of the restaurant in the form of couples only. All guests should also exit on the east side of the hotel. In conclusion, this application should be refused on the grounds of harm to the conservation area, impact upon the local highway network, and unmanageable noise and disturbance causing harm to neighbouring residential amenity. Policies CS38, CS39, CS41 are directly relevant together with CS16 and paragraph 185 of the MPPF. Residents have seen no change in noise levels throughout the course of 2022. It is anticipated that complaints to the EHO and planning enforcement will therefore continue. That in itself is symptomatic of an unacceptable use being located so close to residential properties. Careful thought is required here. Thank you for your time. I also have with us speaking in support, we have Andrew Emery and Eldon James. If you would both like to come up to the desk at the end, you have 5 minutes between you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members again. I'd like to thank you for your consideration of our proposal, which would allow us to deliver a world-class hotel to Bournemouth's Westcliff. We've worked very closely with the local planning authority over a series of pre-application consultations and have regularly consulted with our neighbours to discuss and address their concerns. We feel we have successfully managed to mitigate all the perceived concerns either through amendments to our proposal or by way of conditions included in the officer's report. Our proposal seeks to replace existing unattractive, low quality and piecemeal additions in favour of a high quality extension which would be in keeping with and enhance the existing building. And we feel it would also uplift the aesthetic of the conservation area. The scale of the proposed extension is appropriate for the building, the site and its town centre location, adjacent to much larger scale buildings. We do not consider the proposed extension harmful, but the Heritage Officer has taken a slightly different view. However, the perceived harm is to be considered less than substantial and outweighed by the significant public benefits as outlined in the Officer's report. The development therefore falls in line with the MPPF. There is an advised shortfall on site parking spaces, which we have been debating with the Highways Officer, as we feel the proposed bar and fitness facilities form part of the hotel use rather than requiring 7 additional spaces being treated as a separate clinic. And also noting that it has been a long-term operational hotel in a sustainable town centre location. Nonetheless, the proposed parking management plan mitigates the potential shortfall and will include provision of permits for nearby public car parks and other allowances for the existing use. Requirements for disabled spaces, EV charging and cycle parking have all been met. In response to the neighbour amenity concerns, we commissioned a detailed review and report by Rapley's, which concluded that there would be no negative impact on daylight or sunlight for the neighbours. And we have agreed to include privacy windows and screens to fully mitigate any overlooking concerns. We will also work with specialist contractors to ensure the construction of the proposed rooftop terraces include noise absorbing features and have planning conditions that will limit our use to the rooftop terrace between 8 AM and 9 PM while we assess these measures. The proposed represents a commitment to Bournemouth for the delivery of a high quality and high profile 5-star hotel and the potential for revitalising a tired building. Overall, our development aligns with the relevant local and national planning policy, and as concluded by the officer, there are significant material benefits to the scheme, which outweigh the minor areas of perceived policy conflict. It can therefore be considered a sustainable development which would achieve economic, environmental and social sustainability objectives. We strongly feel the Nicky Hotel will provide tremendous amenity for the local community and will serve as a catalyst to improve the Westcliff area as well as enhance the town's tourism offer. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Andrew Emery. I'm the Destination Development and Strategic Lead on tourism matters for the local authority, and I provide guidance on these matters to the local planning authority. And that's based on my 20 years experience in tourism development and regeneration. This development is of strategic importance to the tourism offer of the town. And it will actually lead to the establishment, hopefully, of the first 5-star hotel that we have. Now, this is critical on a number of levels, both in terms of where we see the tourism offer going, but also in terms of that wider regeneration of the Westcliff area. Just to remind members that tourism is a significant part of our local economy, supporting over 17,000 jobs. And we've roughly got a mix of around about 1.6 million staying visitors as against 11.5 million day visitors. So you can see that one of the strategic challenges for us is to attract more staying visitors and to redress that balance for a more sustainable tourism offer, and also to lessen some of those impacts in terms of that reliance on the day visitor market that has on the local environment and for local residents as well. So there's significant, economic benefit deriving from that, over £1 billion worth of business turnover for the local economy. Of course, 5-star hotel delivers more than just a luxurious tourism offer. It also supports wider economic factors, whether that be conferencing, business-to-business work, and other economic sectors. It's critical that we do drive up our staying visitor.
Sorry, Mr. Emery, your 5 minutes are up. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Hubbard, is there anything that you've heard that you would like to come back on?
Not at the present time, thank you, Chairman.
In that case, members, it's over to members for questions. Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. One of the first things that struck me about this, and I don't think there's a huge amount of flexibility there, but it was the loss of a few trees, and that was perfectly acceptable. And my theory is that every planning committee I sit on, there are a few more trees lost with very little objection, and I do wish that BCP planning or whatever gets tougher on protection of trees. We can't afford to keep losing trees. As I say, it might be acceptable in this case, but I do feel that sometimes there's not enough attention paid to the tree element. But the points I was going to make is that the fact that you've got the blocks of flats on the west side of the site, it seems to me that there's not a huge amount of consideration on the effect that this development and the extensions has on the adjacent properties. The restaurant, the terrace around the restaurant, I would have thought that that would have been orientated so that there wasn't any potential overlooking or potential noise issues on the western side, that it would have been orientated southeast and south, where you've got adjacent hotels. So that's one thing I'm not happy about. I also think that some of the extension being a sort of full height adjacent to the western boundary, I think that is less than considerate. I think normally when you have something like that, you look to stepping the development up so you don't immediately get the full height, sort of close to the adjacent residential properties. And the other thing is the loss of parking, the 11 spaces that the shortfall is. If you bear in mind that the area is always highly parked, you have got a small car parking area, but that's serving lots of hotels. It's also serving the beach and visitors and things like that. And I know I've attended meetings at the Highcliffe Hotel, and there isn't a huge amount of parking space available. So I'm actually wondering whether we should be accepting an 11 space shortfall, because quite frankly, I can't see where that parking would go. So those are my major concerns: the orientation of the terrace and the restaurant, the sort of going straight in with the full height of the building adjacent to the 2 blocks of flats, and the shortfall of car parking. And, just a general point about, I think we need to be more protective of trees overall. So at the moment, I'm not happy to support it as it shows.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Mr. Hubbard, is there anything you'd like to come back on what you've just heard?
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of the tree report, makes it clear that the trees to be removed are of the sort of lowest quality. There's 4 different categories. A being the finest specimens, then you've got B, and then you've got C, which are poor quality trees with either defects or limited lifespan. And they are all C quality trees or U quality trees, which means they're either sort of dead or dying or dangerous. So the trees to be removed, there's some very small trees adjacent to the parking area here, which don't really have a strong amenity value. They can be replaced with the landscaping scheme. There's scope to replace those. There's one tiny tree around this side that's probably already been removed to accommodate the new terrace. So that leaves the 2 or 3 trees which are removed around the new restaurant area, and they are just barely, they're not mature, they are sort of semi-mature, smaller sycamore trees of C quality, and our tree officer hasn't raised any objection to the loss of those. They don't have a really strong amenity value, and there's scope to replant along this corner area here, as well as put some smaller trees along the boundary here. So in terms of overall biodiversity impact, it's considered neutral really, because those trees are of limited value and can be replaced. The restaurant's got a green roof. So yeah, the tree officer wasn't overly concerned in this case, and they would normally raise a concern if there were trees that were being removed that shouldn't be removed. In terms of the impact of the extension, I mean, yes, it is full height, 5 stories. It's set a little bit off the boundary. Move to the site plan. Yeah, there's a slight gap to the boundary, and you can see the existing hotel here and the Bayview Gardens has a much closer relationship than this extension will with Tower Court. There's sort of closer proximity here, but these sort of angled sections here, balconies, this Bayview Gardens has more of a sort of southerly outlook. So the main impact is here, Tower Court, where you've got 24, 25 metres, which I consider to be sort of adequate separation. It reduces a little bit here, but you can see that these flats with their little balcony areas here, they've still got a sort of fairly open outlook with just the end of the extension visible here. These flats will also have sort of multiple outlooks. So flats which are in this part of the building here probably have a southerly aspect as well. I mean, that relationship is quite close. Again, much closer than the relationship here with this extension. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Councillor Lepere.
Thank you. First, a very straightforward question. I think I read in the report that the number of bedrooms is unaltered with the new scheme. Can Mr. Hubbard confirm any changes up or down in the number of bedrooms? So that's the quickie. Yep. So I don't know whether Rimble to answer that first.
Mr. Hubbard?
Yes, I think the existing hotel has 106 bedrooms. The proposed hotel has 106 bedrooms. The only difference is the existing hotel used these coach houses here for some staff accommodation. I don't know how well used they were, but there was an extra 6 sort of rooms in there. So you could say there was 112, but they weren't offered as hotel bedrooms. They were for staff.
Okay, so basically unaltered. The other question is, I'm trying to visualise things. Could Mr. Hubbard show us on a plan the relationship between this proposed extension and what we've just agreed? How close they come? And my thoughts about the Tower Court. Seeing the picture, I'm surprised Tower Court was ever built, frankly, because it's so high. But it's there. We've got to live with it. They've got to live with it. But you know, it does make me wonder, which is totally irrelevant to the discussion, what the management of the Savoy thought at the time the Tower Court was proposed. You know, it's a question of balance and live and let live, and working with the neighbours. And we're told there has been communication with the neighbours. The neighbours don't seem happy, so I don't know where we are on that one.
So, Mr. Hubbard, could you point out on a map whereabouts the previous application was, where the flue was put in, and just show us where the new extension is, please?
Yes. So trying to find the best drawing for you, really. The extension is shaded in grey here. So the original building, I don't know how clear it is on your screens. It's a bit lighter here. The flue is around the side of the original building, somewhere around here. So that is not affected. I think the external staircase is probably there just before the end of the original building. So then this extension replaces this building here, where you've got the air conditioning fan units in there. So that replacement extension is a similar distance from the boundary. So those, I think that area there is that single-story building with the entrance to the underground car park. So they are behind here, close to the boundary. There's still a gap to the boundary where they will be located.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor McCormick?
Yeah, I actually think that the applicant's done a reasonably good job in proposing something here on what could be described as quite a difficult site in terms of its location to the side of the cliff, and it's an inner city town location, and for them to propose something not only that is going to bring this hotel back into operation, but they're aiming to be a five-star accommodation. So although I acknowledge that there's these objections and issues with the neighbours, I actually think this proposal is good when you take into account that something else could have been proposed that could have been much worse. And so I'd like to propose that we grant it in accordance with the officer's recommendation on those grounds, really. And I'll be looking for somebody to second that, I guess.
Thank you, Councillor McCormack. Do I have a seconder for that proposal? Councillor Johnson, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I agree with what Councillor McCormack said, and I'll just run through a few things. Regarding the heritage concerns, obviously the idea of a conservation area is that you protect or you enhance the, what's there, and having a hotel there that has been grand in the past, but at the moment is unused, to bring it back to life and improve it there, I can't see how that can damage a conservation area, provided the design is sympathetic and well done. The extension is slightly higher, but by a story, maybe a story and a half. It's not to the point where it will completely take over and redesign what's there. It will replace some fairly nondescript two-story coach houses effectively. So I don't see any heritage concerns there. Regarding Councillor Trent's point about the possibility of stepping it away, I think that whilst that can sometimes have a positive impact on nearby residents, in this case, when you're looking at a 5-story building next to a 15+ story building, stepping it away would very much give the outlook, in my opinion, that Tower Park is then dominant over the hotel. And when you're looking to provide a five-star facility, having it in, effectively looking like it's trying to shy away from what's next door, I don't think that can help in any way, shape or form. But it's also that height relationship that I think dissuades me from the concerns of some of the residents in those blocks nearby, because as we've heard from Mr. Hubbard, the windows closest to the nearby buildings will be obscure glazed, so we won't be able to look in or look out. And also, as we've seen on many occasions, we've had blocks going up near other blocks, and 20 to 25 metres has been something that we as a planning committee have generally found to be an acceptable distance. And I think that consistency is key here. And I certainly think that, given that what it would be overlooking mainly is car park, it's not amenity space or gardens for the residents of that nearby block, I think that the overlooking concerns, in my opinion, are relatively low. The two big things that really got me when I looked at it was first the parking, which is obviously it is a concern, but I was quite reassured by some of the applicants' comments that they would be looking at permit schemes and giving potential clients other places to park. So they were looking into it. They acknowledged that there was an issue there, and I'm quite reassured that we won't have an influx of on-street parking. And the other big thing was the rooftop terrace and the restaurant, and I'm reassured in two ways. One was that the windows are the majority of them are south facing, they face the beach. There aren't many whacking great windows on the west or east elevations facing out towards nearby buildings that would allow a great deal of light or noise to look out. The majority of the noise would come from the roof terrace. I think we have to also remember as a planning committee that whilst there are planning conditions here to regulate the use, certainly the hours of it, we also have to remember there's a second avenue if there are issues, and that's through licensing, which is much more expedient than we are in planning. The licensing committee can withdraw the license if they are causing great deals of harm to the neighbouring residents. So there are other avenues to go down on that front. And so overall, I think that the benefits to our area, to our towns, in having a top-class 5-star establishment do outweigh the concerns. And I certainly do understand the concerns of the residents, but I think that the mitigating factors and the relationships that they have do mitigate them for me. So I will be seconding the move by Councillor McCormack, because I think this will be a real addition, not just to our towns, but to the conservation area specifically. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Any further comments, Councillor Hilliard?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I still have two main concerns. One is about the daylight and sunlight of the neighbouring properties, and then the other aspect is about noise. So, first of all, Mr. Hubbard, have you got any slides to show the impact? Because in the report, para 63 onwards, when it talks about an impact on residents which are below guidelines, it might be marginal, but it's still below guidelines, and the person living there has to suffer that. So do you have any pictures just showing how the sunlight affects through the different times?
I'm afraid I don't. Diagrams from the daylight and sunlight document.
But just talking about that, so which paragraph was it? I think 64, where it's saying that six properties, so a second floor, a first floor, 2 ground floor and 2 lower ground floors would be impacted by light. Now, obviously, they've got some balconies, and if that sun balcony is not getting any sun, then that's quite a blow to them. So it's that type of aspect. If you could expand on that, please.
Yes, it's not about them not getting any sun. It's about sort of levels of light and sky view within those rooms. But the report also sort of makes assumptions about the layout of the flats. I haven't got a sort of closer view of that side. I'll see if I can try and just, if I stop presenting that and show you a sort of Google Street View, Google Aerial, let me see. Okay, so I've gone on to Google Maps, and this is the side of Terracourt. So this is the hotel. This is where the extension is going. This is projecting part, but you can see these sort of white areas are former balconies. You can see one here that have been enclosed. But they also benefit from other windows. So this is probably large open plan living areas within these. They probably have windows on both sides. So the report basically clarifies that they based it on there being one sort of aspect, but there are other aspects. This is likely to be stairwell, and then you've got multiple other windows. It only relates to the very lower ground floors. And again, you can see the balconies here, these flats, you can reasonably assume that the balconies are open with sort of open plan living or sort of glazing across to enclose them. But these windows are also sort of part of the same room. So the impact is there, but it's quite limited, and also there are other factors, including the probable layout of those flats.
Thank you. And looking at the picture there, so that building on site, which is to be removed, it only looks about 2-story with a roof. It only looks 2 stories. Is that your judgment?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. And then just moving on to the noise aspect and looking at the terms. So the rooftop terrace, the standard guidelines we've been told it's going to be shutting at 9 p.m. But then it opens up the next paragraph to say, well, if they ask, then we might look to increase the hours. So what is the actual process that would go through to look to extend those hours?
There's a condition. Yes, condition 21. It's quite detailed. They have to go through a process of noise monitoring against adjacent properties to demonstrate that there won't be a level of noise that would exceed the other noise condition which is the same noise condition we approved on the previous application.
And would this application be in a public space? So would the public be aware that the hotel are applying for extended hours, have an opportunity to object, and similar to like this, would it be an open committee making that decision, or would it be an officer?
I'll just find the word in the condition. It doesn't expressly say that planning consent would be required. No.
And then just lastly, so obviously in the previous application, we were talking about background noise could exceed 5 decibels up to 11 o'clock. And then after 11 o'clock, it's all about the background noise. Now, the Garden Restaurant has a license till midnight. I don't know what the license is around the pool area and the terrace in there. So we're only restricting the rooftop terrace, but potentially the outside terrace, the garden, restaurant, etc., could be around open till midnight with noise till midnight. So in effect, that's creating the background noise, which is being measured by the environmental health officer. So just a bit, I would hope all the times are all linked in a bit better, with 11 o'clock being the shut off, if that's the time we're talking about. The flu should be quiet. Thank you.
I think this is an sort of existing hotel use. They've got a restaurant on the ground floor at the back with a terrace, which, as far as I'm aware, it doesn't have any restrictions on hours of use. I think I imposed a sort of midnight on the garden restaurant because it is that bit further away from the other residential properties. You've got the benefit of the tree screening as well, compared to the rooftop restaurant where, you know, the elevated open position is probably more likely that any noise would travel from that terrace area.
Thank you.
Any further comments, members? Councillor Borthwick.
Yes, I've heard so much about a 5-star hotel. I can't imagine a 5-star approach, because people who are going to a 5-star hotel expect something spectacular when they arrive at the place. And so that's one of the, we haven't seen anything of the front of the hotel and what's it going to look like, because it's so important. It's a difficult place to get to and then park in that little tight area. And I'm really worried about getting up to a 5-star standard with the competition in the rest of the town.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Any further comments from members? Councillor Bull.
Thank you, Chair. For me, I'm quite torn on this one. The parking is an issue. The lack of space, and I know that area is particularly bad for parking. That's one of my main concerns, and the main concern is with the hotel, the restaurant, that we'll come back in 2 years' time and find that the hours have been extended and it's open to the early hours of the morning, and the residents have lost their peace, shall we say. Those are the two elements that are concerning me. It's a shame we haven't got the ward councillors here to hear their point of view about the area and the parking and how the hotels sit in there. I mean, obviously, it was a hotel. I think there's a lot of merit in what we've seen, but I have those concerns around the parking and the concerns around the I don't know how you'd phrase it, but the hours, shall we just say, the hours of the terrace restaurant being extended, causing great disturbance to the residents on those 2 blocks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. No further comments from members? Councillor Barron?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's regarding the parking that's been brought up. It says it results in a slight policy conflict with parking standards. Well, you know, these days you see plenty of people wheeling suitcases along the pavement. They've got a train into town. You know, I've yet to see a gorilla wheel one, but there we go. I'll look out for that. And the applicants state that with the the beautician room, it will be 75% of the staff itself. Well, I can fully see that because a friend of mine used to work as a beautician in the Marriott, and most of the clients were staying at the hotel. And I think that there is a slight sort of shortfall in parking, but I think that the benefits of this scheme outweigh that. So I'll be supporting the move to approve. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. No further comments. Then we will move to the vote on this. A couple of quick words. I think Councillor Borthwick actually made quite a valid point that this is going to be a 5-star hotel, and I don't think this is the sort of hotel that is going to attract the hens and stags going there for their meals and their parties. One, it'll probably be far too expensive for them. Most of the hens and stags like to go to the lesser starred venues, shall we say. So I don't think from that point of view we're going to get much more noise in that area. And I think for the town to have a 5-star hotel again will be a great bonus for the town. Some of our hotel stock is way past its sell-by date, to be frank, and the thought of having a new 5-star standard hotel is very, very good for the town. So I will support the move. Thank you, members. There's been some very good questioning about this one. I appreciate it. And Councillor McCormick, you made some very good points on the making your move. So thank you for that. So I will go to the move to grant this one. Councillor Barron. 4. Councillor Borthwick.
4.
Councillor Bull.
4.
Councillor Davies.
4.
Councillor Hall.
4.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
4.
Councillor Lepedevin.
4.
Councillor McCormick.
4.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
Councillor Johnson.
4.
And myself, Councillor Kelsey, also 4. Could I have the numbers, please, Chris? Yes, thank you, Chairman. We've got 10 votes for and 2 against. So again, that is carried. And thank you to the residents for speaking, and thank you to the applicants for coming in. Members, I'm going to declare a short break now so everyone can have a quick comfort break before we move on to the next item. So about 5 minutes if everyone's okay. Thank you.
Okay, everybody, are we all fit and set? So we'll move back onto the agenda now. And the next item is item 6C, which is land at 84 and to the rear of 80 and 82 Glenville Road in Christchurch. Mr. Hodges, would you present your case, please?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check that you are seeing the slideshow, please?
We are, thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is an application for the redevelopment of the site at 8284 Glenville Road in Christchurch, to demolish the existing building at number 84 and then erect 5 3-bedroom dwellings and a 1 4-bedroom dwelling with access and parking. So the location of the site on the edge of the existing urban area of Walkford, just so you can get your bearings, you can see the railway line going through the middle of this slide, and they've got Hinton Admiral Station over on the over to the west here, and the main Ringwood Road through Walkford just to the west as well. This is the existing site and the surrounds, and just a few things to note from the existing character of the area. One of the reasons for putting this slide in is you can see the huge variety of house types and sizes in the area. So we've got semi-detached properties, detached properties, we've got terrace properties here. You can see we've got smaller plots, we've got larger plots. The application site is some of the largest plots in the area. We've also got some examples of sites where vacant land to the rear of existing properties have been picked up and developed, particularly at Forest View here. Members may recall dealing with an application at number 88 on the corner here for its demolition and replacement with a pair of semi-detached properties. So this is the site itself. Number 84 will be removed to facilitate the development, and then it will take in parts of the rear garden of 80 and 82. And in this particular slide on the left, you can see clearly the main Waterloo-Weymouth railway line at the top, and just in here in the slide, and then you can see the aerial view here. So in terms of the layout, the existing property at the front of the site is demolished and rebuilt with a new detached 4-bed dwelling. Access is then provided between the new property on the site of 84 and 82. This leads into a parking area here, and then we have 2 pairs of semis and a further detached property. So in terms of the designs, very traditional designs, you'll see those fitting in with some of the earlier properties in the road on the street photos later, but well designed, traditional forms, good detailing in these windows, chimneys, excuse me, traditional pitches to the roofs as well. Excuse me. This form is continued on into the rear of the site with the semi-detached properties. These are units 2, 3, 4 and 5, so they're identical pairs. And then finally the detached property in the northeast corner. And again, the ancillary buildings, just sort of very traditional form, very simple, and traditional materials. Looking at the site, so you can see the existing property on the site, and the earliest properties in the area have very much follow this form: slate roofs, red brick, stone detailing, and with these ridge caps as well, prominent chimneys. So the application is very much following that form of these earlier properties on the street. Just on the bottom left, you can see an aerial photo. And the application site is on the left of this. You can see the railway line, and you can also see the infill development that's taken place, I think, at Forest View, isn't it, nearby. In terms of photos from within the site, so these are the large garden areas which will be taken in, excuse me, into the development. And you can see these are typically just typical garden areas with no particular features or constraints within them. Chairman, the key issue to deal with in this application is in relation to the previous application and the appeal. So the application was, as you've seen from the report, refused for 2 reasons, and our substantive reason for refusal was our concern about the size of these amenity spaces and the potential noise from the railway line immediately to the north, and the fact that at the time the applicant's preferred solution to dealing with the noise impacts was a 4-metre high fence. And we felt very much that would be a dominant and oppressive feature for an occupant in here. The other reason, as you'll see from the reason for refusal at the time, as you see from the report, was in relation to a failure to provide acceptable 106 agreement for heathland mitigation. On the substantive point about the noise in the back gardens and the limited area of the back gardens, the inspector did not uphold our reason for refusal. However, they did dismiss the scheme because they considered that the legal agreement did not adequately secure the contribution for mitigation for heathland impacts. So at the point that on a revised application, the applicant provides an acceptable 106 agreement to secure that mitigation, then the scheme is acceptable from our point of view, because the inspector accepted all of the aspects of the scheme were compliant with policy. So we note and accept that the scheme is identical to the one dismissed at appeal, but the only planning reason was the legal agreement that was submitted in relation to the heathland aspects. And just to clarify a point, I think the dismissal of the scheme on the heathland mitigation issue may have created some confusion about the scheme being dismissed on biodiversity grounds from the interest within the site itself. However, that's not the case. We've already had acceptable surveys done and acceptable mitigation for any species within the site itself. The legal agreement was concerned with the wider issue of heathland mitigation, which members will be familiar with, in terms of providing contributions towards SAM payments for the management of the existing heaths. And once we had an acceptable agreement to mitigate those impacts, then this scheme is acceptable. We're in that position now, Chairman, which is why the application is now recommended for approval to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Mr. Howard.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I have one objector who has submitted a statement. It's Mr. John Purvis, is a local resident, and he writes, "My primary objection to the above application is its second blatant attempt to present itself as a new application following decisions by BCP Council and the appeal. There is no doubt that both decisions were correct, particularly as regards the scheme would have the integrity of the habitat sites. In fact, bats, wild birds and slow worms are protected under the Wildlife and Country Act 1981 in that they cannot be killed, injured or moved. Any commitment to avoid this and ensure future preservation cannot be accepted. As important is the negative impact this application will have on the living conditions local infrastructure as confirmed by the appeal decision in its statement, whether the development will provide acceptable living condition for future occupants. The development would increase the pressure on the already stressed infrastructure, be it education, health and social care services. In addition, the greater strain will place on our water supply, drainage and sewerage, as we have experienced recently and witnessed nationally. There have been at least over a dozen housing developments within the area of Glanville Road over the last 25 years. These developments have involved mostly the blocks of flats and townhouses replacing bungalows. It is a clear example of massing, which does not integrate within the catchment area. This, in turn, has resulted in an increase of road car parking, which not only increases the danger of accidents, as well as aggravation between neighbours. This development will only add to this and further reduce the quality of life in the local area. The common factor of these local developments is the issue of garden grabbing. It has been recognised as a major reason for the reduction in the quality of life in local residential areas. The planning application is solely based on the greed of applicants and involved developers. The proposed 2022 housing bill recognises the impact garden grabbing can have on local areas as regards infrastructure stresses and local quality of life. It is hoped that BCP Council will recognise these objections as valid in considering their decision about this planning application. Thank you. And that leads us on to Matt Stevens from Aspire Architects speaking in support of the application. Let's go forward.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this planning application today. A material consideration in the determination of this application is the previously approved application, but mainly the appeal decision for the same site and development dated February 2022. We initially submitted a pre-app for this site in 2020, which, as you know, is a process that is recommended by National Planning Policy and your planning department. The response was constructive, but positive regarding the principle of development. Comprehensive backland residential development is now established in this road and forms part of the character of the area and has done for some time. As your planning officer states in her report, the planning application was refused on the grounds that proximity of the railway line to the modest amenity spaces for the properties at the rear of the site would give rise to high noise levels and unacceptable living conditions in the external spaces, and also the lack of suitable unilateral undertaking to secure the strategic access management and monitoring contribution for heathland mitigation. The planning inspectorate dismissed the appeal, but this was only due to the fact that the submitted unilateral undertaking did not adequately secure the sound contribution for heathland mitigation. All other aspects of the scheme were found to be acceptable. Therefore, this planning application before you is purely dealing with the unilateral undertaking which has been signed, submitted and accepted by your legal department and planning officer. Your planning officer states, the inspector considered that the noise levels associated with the railway line would not cause undue harm to the living conditions of future occupiers of the proposed properties within the rear of the site. The inspector also concluded that there would not be an adverse impact on the residential amenities of neighbouring properties or protected species on the application site. My clients and owners of the properties and land are long-standing residents and have lived in Glenville Road for around 50 years. In summary, this proposal will add much needed housing to the area. The council does not have a 5-year housing land supply as it currently stands at 2.7 years. I will quote your planning officer's report again. The application has been submitted with a revised unilateral undertaking to secure the sound payment as well as an upfront payment in order to mitigate the impacts on the protected Dorset heathlands. This has been verified by BCP Legal Department and is considered to overcome the planning inspector's concerns regarding the suitability of the legal agreement. With this in place, the NPPF does not provide clear reasons for refusal, and therefore, given the lack of housing supply, which means the housing policies are out of date in context of paragraph 11 of the NPPF. Therefore, there would be a positive economic and social benefits from provision of additional housing in the area, and it's considered that design and layout is acceptable and would not harm the visual amenities of the area. The parking and access arrangements are acceptable, and the biodiversity interests of the site can be protected and enhanced. Whilst representations objecting to the scheme are acknowledged and understood, given the above and the planning inspector's appeal decision, it is considered that on balance, that the balance is tilted in favour of approving the scheme. This has been a very long and complicated process for my clients. They have carried out all of the correct planning processes, and in light of this and the recent appeal decision, I ask that you support your planning officer today and approve this planning application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. Councillor Deadman. You are indeed.
Right, thank you very much, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. And before I do start, can I just stress that although I'm not the ward councillor, I am speaking on behalf of Councillor Nick Geary, who, as you know, has now unfortunately passed away.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you for stepping in for him on this occasion. Very kind of you.
Always a pleasure to come along, Chairman, don't worry. The application that we're talking about, right, so this is an application identical to the one refused only 4 months ago by the inspector who visited the site. And actually, he said only the High Court can quash this decision, and yet here we are again with the same plan. The refusal referred to the inadequacy of the unilateral undertaking to secure the SAM. We're told this has been overcome, and we must trust that this time it is adequate. But a planning committee must consider each plan on its own merits. So we are told the ecological appraisal is okay. It's not. There are protected species on site, bats and slowworms. Experts say that moving reptiles is fatal, yet the plan is to move them. This isn't a solution, it's not protection, it's a death sentence. There will be a bat box. 1. It's accepted that there are many different types of bat in this wooded area, and again, not a solution or protection for these creatures. The influx of people will cause huge disturbance. Even if they survive, the management of the proposed habitat will be impossible in the complicated manner outlined. Now I come to the Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council, who since the previous application have a neighbourhood plan, a 3-year thorough exhaustive process of consultation with all the local residents. This plan wasn't ready at the last hearing, but at this hearing it must be considered. The Filands decision is precedence for me to state that this Highcliffe plan has significant weight. That judgment, which I'm sure the committee remembers, concerned a local plan at the same stage as Highcliffe's local plan, and it states in the judgment, local people must get the opportunity to ensure they get the right types of development for their community. So we must, on this present application, now consider Highcliffe and Warkford Parish Council's neighbourhood plan. Policies HWNP 8 and 9 cover on-street parking problems, and the areas identified are in the area around Glenville Road, where there has been backland development, as the officer has said. Again, in Glenville Road, the increase in vehicular ownership is now causing problems. Residents know it's a totally congested area, cars park the entire length both sides, you meet oncoming traffic, you have to pull in 3 or 4 times, you'd be hard pushed to find a more congested road, but this proposal brings more cars, so it's very negative. Policy HWNP 10 notes the need for affordable homes, there are none. Policy HWP 11 states that the housing should, amongst other requirements, cater for waste collection to be readily accessible and not block paths on collection day. This doesn't. And same policy, housing must provide sufficient living space and outdoor amenity areas for sitting and relaxation. The site is, as stated, by a busy railway line. I know that the inspector visited in the pandemic. He heard 2 trains in that hour. Timetables now show 160 movements a day. I can tell you that residents will be hugely affected by the noise and the vibration. So all of these negative points brought forward, in contrast to Highcliffe's plan, they haven't been addressed. So for all these reasons, I say to the committee, this proposal is not acceptable. Even your papers say the proposal is finely balanced. And this actually is demonstrated. You've got 11 complicated conditions needed if you approve. And I ask you, committee, to refuse. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devlin. Mr. Hodges, is there anything that you've heard so far that you would like to come back on, please?
No, nothing further to add at the moment, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to members. Who would like to kick off debate on this one? Councillor Bull.
Thank you, Chair. It would be helpful a little guidance from you as to the state of play regarding what's been said about the previous application, the appeal, and the fact that it's been. Are we in a position here where we can object to it, where it's not going to cause an immediate appeal, which will be then allowed. That's what I want.
As you know, we have to take into account what an appeal inspector says. And when they make their appeal, they make their decisions based on what they have in front of them. And we therefore have to take what they say as a material fact. You can still object. Obviously, you can always object to any planning application on any reasons, but you must be mindful of what the appeal inspector has said when making those reasons.
Thank you. In that case, I mean, coming back to the application itself, I know the road quite well. I've travelled along it quite often, and over the last dozen years, it has got worse and worse. For the parking, as has been mentioned on both sides of the road there, it is an issue. I'm not happy with the way the biodiversity has been addressed. We've heard about the bat boxes and we've heard about the slow worms, and I don't think there's been enough account taken of those, so I have concerns around that. And I also have concerns around the noise, the train movement, as we've heard from Councillor Dedman there, which does raise a further concern. So at the moment, I'm not convinced of this application, and I'd like to hear further debate on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. So obviously, since the inspector has reviewed the case, the material change has been the Highcliffe and Watford neighbourhood plan introduction. So could the officer just comment on, again, Councillor Dedman highlighted a few of the specific policies involved there which could conflict. Could he just expand on that, please?
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yes, we did defer this application from the previous meeting because of the issuing of the inspector's report on the neighbourhood plan, in order that we could fully address the implications of emerging policies in the neighbourhood plan. So you'll see we've set that out in a revised report, and our conclusions are that there are no conflicts. In particular, there's a couple of things to note. We're still at a stage where the plan is emerging, so we need to have regard to it, but the weight that we attach to those policies still remains limited until the neighbourhood plan progresses through its journey up to adoption, hopefully later this year or early next year, at which point it would then become part of the local plan and enjoy full weight. So we're mindful of the weight that we need to give. We've given regard to it, but also we don't find any conflicts. In particular, the neighbourhood plan, for example, looks to provide more sort of small family housing. We feel this scheme's consistent with that, looks to ally itself with BCP's parking policies, and again we're satisfied at having consulted with the Highways Authority that the parking and cycle parking is adequate, and also that on the basis of the additional traffic that's compatible with the safety of the wider network. So yes, we have done that exercise. We've tried to set that out as clearly as we can in the report, and we're satisfied we don't find a conflict with the emerging plan at this stage, Chair.
Thank you. And also, would you think, again, the inspector would revisit if he visited the site during the pandemic when trains, and again, he mentions it was a Saturday when, again, trains aren't so regular. Again, that seemed to be a flawed visit in time, a Saturday during the pandemic. So the living conditions, along with the neighbourhood plan, just seem to conflict.
Mr. Hodges?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Inevitably, you will find that inspectors will take account of when they visit a site, but they'll also acknowledge it's a snapshot in time, and it's not the be all and end all of their assessment. When we dealt with the previous application, there was a noise assessment from my understanding, so they would have had that information there. In terms of visiting on a weekend, on a Saturday, actually during the day you'll probably find the frequency of trains is not substantially different to during the week, particularly outside of rush hours. So actually the frequency of trains is roughly sort of 2 an hour out, 2 an hour an hour the other way. So he shouldn't have seen, or he or she shouldn't have seen the substantial material difference in that. But moreover than that, their judgment is not based simply on standing there at the site and whether a train went by in that time, because actually they had data in terms of a noise assessment, which was the thing that was driving their conclusions over the acoustic fencing, for example, on the rear boundary, and their conclusion that in actual fact, for example, they didn't need to do a 4-metre high fencing, and at 2 meters fencing would make very, very limited difference in terms of the noise which reached occupiers in that garden area. So my advice would be to try and suggest that there is a significant, substantial difference which would still allow us to run the noise argument that the inspector previously dismissed would be fraught with difficulty, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Trent, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the presentations, the biodiversity issue wasn't sort of given much precedence, but when you actually look at the inspector's report, he acknowledges the biodiversity of the site and the threats to it from a development. So it sort of strikes me that we're not making enough of that, and that putting 3 dwellings up in that space, I think, would almost destroy the biodiversity instantly. And I think the point about relocating species, I think that can be very difficult. And you know, whilst I think you could possibly come up with a plan to put 2 dwellings in that rear area and maybe 1 down the side, or, you know, I think what's proposed is excessive for the site, and as I say, the effect on biodiversity is too damaging.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Lepedman.
Thank you. Can I ask Mr. Hodges to put up the, I think it was more or less his first slide. It was very yellow. It was a sort of yellow background with the, that's the one. Thank you. I would have quite a bit of sympathy with the noise element with the railway line in theory, but looking at that, you've got already the new development further along the road. You've got even more so the last house on Wyndham Road, which are at least as near to the railway line as the proposed development. And I'm wondering if there have been any issues with noise, with complaints of noise or anything like that from residents of those houses, because if they find, if the people living there, and it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 or 10 houses, of not finding any issues with noise, it would suggest that this development will be similar. So I don't know whether Mr. Hodges has any information about that or any local knowledge on that.
Mr. Hodges, please.
Thank you, Chair. The development on the Forest View site predates sort of my time at BCP in the former Christchurch Borough. So I don't know the exact details on whether a noise report was carried out in relation to that. I think the point that we were concerned about is when we were dealing with the previous application, it was in effect a sort of twofold or even a sort of threefold issue. One was about the overall size of the amenity spaces. The second was there's potential noise impacts from trains because of their proximity, but also because what was being suggested as mitigation was this extremely high fence. And in effect, doing a combination of those factors in terms of a limited amount of space, the fact that it'd be dominated by a very tall structure at the end of it, and potentially there's some noise on issues on top, were causing us concern, particularly with these 2 units in the middle, that was in effect harmful. But At the point that the inspector accepted a position whereby a typical 2-metre high fence, which is very standard boundary treatment you would find across the area, was acceptable, and therefore the noise was acceptable, in effect we were just left with an issue about the kind of overall size. And then, as Councillor Pellegrin has pointed out, you won't see an enormous amount of difference, for example, between the rear gardens of those forest view properties. So just, I hope that clarifies the point that it was not simply about noise, but a combination of those factors together, Chairman.
Thank you. I've got a couple of other points. One point I would like to make is that the replacement house for 84, from the design, appears to be much more in keeping with the style of architecture for the rest of the houses. The current 84, which is a bungalow which basically fills it boundary to boundary, is not so much the style of the other properties around, whereas the traditional, very traditional 4-square house that's proposed at 84 looks to me in keeping. Parking, all the new houses and 84 have adequate parking on the plans, so they shouldn't need to park on the road. Whether they will see fit to move is but if the road's full, they will. The other question I've got, because it's raised by the waste people, is the bin presentation area. Where is it? What's the workings of that?
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chair. You're going to have to bear with me. I don't know if you can actually see this. And my understanding is there's a presentation point at the front in there, I believe. So I'm just going to check it.
I can't see zero.
No, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I saw it flicker then, so I do see where it was.
Yeah, apologies. My understanding is a presentation point in there. That may be for just the unit at the front. And I can't actually, I'd have to go in and double check the detail on the plan to confirm the rest of it, Chairman, if I've got 2 minutes.
Right. Referring back to plans, similar issues we've had in Poole, pre-BCP or post-BCP for that matter, it's always been made a condition, if it's a case like that, that the rear houses have to bring their bin to the front, that it should be made clear that they are only allowed to stay there on bin day. There's usually been a condition. So I would like to see that in this, if the rear houses are expected to bring their bins to the front and wheel them back again, which I suspect there will be.
Chair, I sorry, apologies for that. I have now worked it out. It is in this area here. So if you go down the access drive from Glenville Road, presentation point in here, next to this parking spot here. So yes, you probably can't see the text in there, but presentation point at the front of this property, and then in here. And my understanding is this is adequate for the refuse vehicle to get in and out.
That's fine. So the rear properties won't have to bring them out to the road. That's fine.
Sorry, Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I was going to raise exactly the same point there and get the same plan up. The development is very similar to the Forest View cul-de-sac, and I presume that there's residents and they're quite happily living in there, today. And the inspector actually dismissed the appeal, but he said that the development provided acceptable living conditions for future occupants. So we've got to kind of dismiss that. There's 2 parking spaces per dwelling. But reason for referral to committee that the late hearing brought up here, mitigation of wildlife disturbance, particularly slow worms on site, flawed. Plan would have an adverse effect on habitat and site of reptiles, and that's the bit that I'm sort of struggling with. Really, is the biodiversity side of this. But I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate, but at the moment, I'm not particularly happy with that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. Mr. Hodges, did you want to come back and clarify any points on the biodiversity, please?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So in terms of the report, we've obviously set that out in some detail about biodiversity, and that's as I say, as I said during the presentation, that's a sort of twofold aspect. One is the securing and mitigation for the wider impacts on protected heathlands, but then also the biodiversity interest within the site itself. So from Para 70 in the report, you see that there's been an appraisal of the site. It does identify some issues that need to be addressed and mitigated, and you'll see the measures that are set out in sort of Para 71. If I can just quote from the response from Mr. Martin, the Council's biodiversity officer. So the recommendations are set out in section 5 of the ecological appraisal are acceptable in respect of protecting on-site slow worm population, addressing scope for bats to use trees to be removed, vegetation removal in respect of nesting birds, future planting, hedgehog gaps, and installation of bat and bird boxes, etc. And then the only comment that Mr. Martin has is a request for more information on external lighting, because there's a potential impact from bats on that. So from our point of view, we're satisfied that the issue was adequately investigated at the time. We put that to our internal expert. They've agreed with that, and we've got acceptable measures within, I think it's condition 9, to control and mitigate those impacts within the site itself. So I hope that helps.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges. Any further comments? Councillor McCormick.
Yeah, just further on the situation with the bats. So in paragraph 70, it talks about that these aren't roosting bats; they're actually commuting and foraging bats, and the likelihood is they're foraging here because this is an area of sort of great greenland, and bats eat insects, and there's likely a high level of insects here. So I can't see how that could possibly be mitigated even with money. It's a physical thing, like the bats are here because there's food here, and that, you know, sometimes you can mitigate these things, you know, with money, and you can do something elsewhere. But I can't see how this development could be mitigated using money because the bats are here for food. So that's the first thing, and the second thing is that with the slow worms, I can't see how you could take those slow worms across the site and put them into the amount of green space that is left after this development would be built. Most of it is greenland at the moment, and now we're going to be tarmacking over the drive, the parking spaces, and then the footprint of the buildings, which are concrete, only actually leaves a very small area of greenland to the rear near the train lines. So I can't really see how that many slow worms could be actually housed in such a small area of greenland. So I can't see how the biodiversity could be mitigated on this site adequately.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick. Mr. Hodges.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Clearly, where we've got a potential constraint like the biodiversity interests on the site, then our job is to investigate the extent of that constraint and, if necessary, devise a suitable measure. So what you've got before you is an investigation of the biodiversity interests on the site by a suitably qualified individual. That's presented to the authority. We've had that checked by our own suitably qualified and experienced member of staff, who advises us on numerous applications. Their advice to us is that mitigation plans are acceptable. We're looking to condition that to cover that. So we have a difficulty, I think, if we are looking to go against that without suitable evidence that contradicts to independent experts on the biodiversity issues, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I think just starting with the slightly less contentious things that we've sort of already touched on a little bit. Firstly, as Councillor Lepedevin, I think, demonstrated when she spoke, it's an area of inconsistent character, of inconsistent shape. We've got infill developments just a few houses along. We've got lots of houses of different kinds and shapes and sizes. So I don't think it's an out of character development. I don't think you can argue that when it's your 2 gardens over, you've got a development of the same type. I think that obviously we've established that the appeal decision significantly impacts on our thinking here, and it has to, quite rightly. Going on to the local neighbourhood plan, I think it's right to give it plenty of weight. However, in my opinion, I don't think there are too many conflicts between the new neighbourhood plan and what's proposed here. So the parking provision is perfectly acceptable in terms of the amount and with our own policies and standards. These are all modest houses of modest sizes, and I don't think it's a ridiculous thing to suggest that there won't be more than 2 cars per property for a modest 2-bedroom house. It's semi-detached, so I don't think the parking is a particular issue. Affordable housing was mentioned. It's too small a development, both in square footage and in number of units, to trigger even an assessment for affordable housing. So that's a non-issue here. Living space, etc., I think is more than adequate. The houses are of an excellent size, and they've all got rear gardens. Then it comes down to the biodiversity, which is the big one. But I think for me, I would be wholeheartedly agreeing with a lot of the previous speakers if this was currently unoccupied land, if it was just a greenfield site to the back of some houses behind people's gardens. But for me, the big thing is that currently it is actually people's gardens. People do use them, I'm sure they do. One careless mow, and you may have lost a sizable proportion of your slow worm population. Anyway, if it was just a greenfield site out of anyone's current ownership, I think I'd be absolutely advocating for refusal in this case, because it's not something, as Councillor McCormack said, that could be mitigated in that way when it was already protected by policy. But the fact it's somebody's back garden at the moment, just to me removes some of the protection that it might have. And talking about the fact that Councillor McCormack mentioned that a lot of them it's a transient population who go in there to forage and feed. Again, a careless mow, and you lose all of that benefit to the local biodiversity anyway. And for that reason, I think that with the mitigation factors in here, which have been considered appropriate by not just our own professional people, but also the planning inspector, just leads me down that it would be, I don't think we would survive an appeal if we were to refuse this. And I think that based on that, I would have to support granting it. But I won't make a move at this time, so I think there's still more to discuss. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Any further comments from any members? No? In that case, it is a difficult one, this, and we've heard from Mr. Hodges and we've heard from members regarding this. It does seem like a lot of development, but the appeal inspector didn't feel that way. He didn't feel that it was overdevelopment. He didn't feel that it would be bad for future occupants of the site. And he did make his decision solely based on the legal agreements at the time. And we as a committee, we have to take that into account. We've heard from Mr. Hodges about those reasonings and about the size of the fence, etc. And we've heard about the biodiversity, which seems to be very foremost in a lot of people's thoughts on this site, which is understandable in this day and age. But I do think that the mitigations that have been put forward for this will or should put people's minds at rest. And I think that on this one, listening to the debate by the members at the beginning, I was very, very torn on this one, and I still am to a point, but I think I've come down on the side of the officer's recommendation, and therefore I am prepared to move the officer's recommendation on this one and would seek a seconder for that, please.
I'm happy to second that, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. So therefore I will move to the vote on this, and please state either for or against, please. So Councillor Barron.
Against.
Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
Against.
Councillor Hilliard.
Against.
Councillor Lawton.
Against.
Councillor Lepedabin.
I'm going to be very courageous and abstain, I'm afraid, because I'm totally torn.
Councillor McCormack.
Against.
Councillor Trent.
Against.
Councillor Kelsey, I'm for, and Councillor Johnson. For. Could I have the numbers, please, Chris?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So we've got 4 votes for, 7 against, and 1 abstention.
Thank you very much. So therefore, do we need to go to a second vote on refusal? Therefore, that move to grant was refused. So I would now seek someone to go for a further move, please. I think at this stage, someone that voted against would obviously be the ideal candidate to have the courage of their convictions and go for a move against. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I oppose refusal. I would obviously need the officer's assistance with some of the specific policy terms. And again, I would want his assistance if the terms of the neighbourhood plan, if they're progressing, if they can also be included at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder for that move? Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I'll second it, but I would like to add the 3 statements within the inspector's report that I think supports refusal on environmental grounds. I'll do it in reverse order. In section 24, it ends with the comment, which I've highlighted, that they would be clearly outweighed by the adverse environmental effect of the scheme. At the end of section 23, it says, even so, my findings in relation to the habitat sites and the application of paragraph blah, blah, blah of the framework means that the tilted balance is not applicable. And then on 21, it starts off with the site hosts a good population of slowworms, which are protected species. The development would have an adverse effect on the population. I think bats were mentioned in there somewhere, but I haven't found that one. But yeah, so there are elements in the inspector's report that, although it's sort of marginal, it does, I think, support continuing to have an objection on the environmental effects of the development.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I suppose I would like to try and understand what are members' objections to the scheme, and in particular bearing in mind that the inspector found all aspects of the development acceptable with the exception of a legal agreement for mitigation of heathland impacts. So if the committee is going to argue against a very recent inspector's decision on an identical scheme, there needs to be a material change in circumstances or additional information that the inspector did not have at the time for us to base a refusal on. Otherwise, we can expect to lose the appeal and lose costs in the process, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. So, as Councillor Trent said, the inspector did, in the other considerations, he was talking about the biodiversity impact. So I think ME1 is still appropriate, even with the mitigations. I think we heard the mitigations are disruptive and may not solve the problem, may not protect the wildlife suitably. The other thing, I think, the material introduction of the neighbourhood plan, I think that, and talking about parking can be included. And what was the other point was, yeah, I think that's the changes. So the mitigation doesn't go far enough, and the neighbourhood plan is a material introduction.
So, Mr. Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just so I can try and narrow down, clarify with Councillor Hilliard the harm. So I'm interpreting that as an issue on biodiversity within the site, and also a lack of parking provision within the scheme. I mean, if that's correct, there are some further comments I'd like to just make in response to that. But I just, for the starting point, if we can clarify or narrow down what the actual reasons for refusal are, that'd be helpful, Chair.
Yes, I was a bit concerned about you mentioning parking because it does actually meet the SPD and there are 2 parking spaces per property.
Well, if you can, Chairman, the neighbourhood plan did specifically call out on-street parking and the congestion already there, and I think that's the issue highlighted, that yes, whilst the site meets the SPD, we know that there's going to be visitors and we know where those visitors are going to park, and I think that's where the beauty of a neighbourhood plan comes in, is that the locals know the specific issues and they fed into the neighbourhood plan and set up the policy.
Mr. Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So there's just a couple of comments, if I could make on that. Let's take parking first. Yes, you've correctly identified that our assessment is, and our highways officer's assessment is, it does comply with the parking SPD. Parking SPD's adopted at this time, so carries, I would say, carries greater weight. The neighbourhood plan. Also, my understanding of the inspector's assessment of the neighbourhood plan was that in terms of that policy on parking, that a requirement to go beyond the requirements of the adopted SPD wasn't something that they supported. So we would be in a position whereby the neighbourhood plan doesn't have as great a weight as an adopted document, and also the inspector did not necessarily see a need to go above and beyond the SPD that we've recently adopted. So I would have to caution against the reason for refusal on that basis, as I don't think the document supports that as a reason for refusal. Moving on to the biodiversity issue, I'm just going to return to the point I made earlier. You've had an investigation of the site by a suitably qualified individual. We've given that report to our own internally suitably qualified individual. They've got the expertise and knowledge to assess these things. They're satisfied with the information they've had. They're satisfied with the mitigation that we have. So unless we have some additional knowledge, evidence, or anything which in some way can realistically dispute the conclusions drawn by those 2 relevant experts, I would have to again caution against that as a reason for refusal, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Barron.
Yeah, I just question whether the translocation of the reptiles will actually be successful. I can just imagine them sort of slithering. You can pick them up and move them. They'll probably slither behind your back to where they came from. You know, I just can't see that being successful. And if they're a protected species, then surely their habitat is a protected area. You know, you can't go to, you can't go disturbing a nesting bird, and you can't disturb, roosting bats, but you can destroy a slow worm's habitat. So I'm still definitely not convinced, and appreciate that Mr. Hodges actually has a different opinion to some of us in the room. But he is, at the end of the day, the planning expert. So I sort of suggest that he perhaps becomes a bit more helpful towards us on this refusal. Thank you.
Okay, David. Mr. Hodges, sorry. You've heard the reasons given. I'm not sure that the member is wanting to change his reasons. So I think the reasons that he has stated are the reasons that I will put to the board for their reasons for refusal on this one. Are there any further comments you would like to make before I go to that move?
No, Chair, just then for clarity, yes, in terms of a biodiversity reason for refusal, that would relate to policy ME1. Can I just double check if it's ME2 as well? 2 seconds. I'll just open up the local plan. I'm trying to remember. One of them is specific to heathlands and one is specific to wider biodiversity. And I'm just trying to remember the which is the distinction between one. So yeah, ME1 is the wider scale safeguarding biodiversity and geodiversity. So that is ME1, and then ME2 is specific about the heathland. So in terms of biodiversity reason for refusal, policy ME1, Chairman, and then in terms of a parking reason for refusal, I would say KS11 and KS12, because my reading or understanding is about an overspill in parking and then a potential highway safety danger as a result of that. So that would KS11 and 12, and then we can draw in the relevant neighbourhood plan policy, which I can't quote you off the top of my head, I'm afraid, but we will find that for you.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges. Councillor Hilliard, are you happy with those?
Yes, I appreciate it. So, yeah, appreciate that, Mr. Hodges, and yeah, so go along with those policies.
Okay, members, in that case, we have a further move on the table, and this move is to refuse the applications on the grounds of ME1, ME2, KS11 and KS12. I will call names again if you can indicate for or against that move, please. Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Borthwick.
For.
Councillor Bull.
For.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Lepedevin.
For.
Councillor McCormick.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
And I myself have not changed my opinion from the first one, and I think we will lose this on appeal, so I will also be against this one. But from my reckoning, that is a decision that has been passed now, so that application has been refused. Thank you, and thank you to everyone coming along this morning. Quick break while we swap around here. Thank you, Councillor. Members, we have two more applications to deal with today. It is 12:40. Do you wish to continue, or do you wish to take half an hour's lunch break first?
Break myself.
10-minute break for everyone? 10, 15 minutes? Yeah, 15-minute break. Okay, 15 minutes break, everyone, and then we will return. So I expect you all back here. I'll give you 20 minutes. Back here by 1 o'clock, please. Okay, welcome back to the resumption of today's planning committee meeting. We will move straight back onto the agenda, which is item 6D, which is 98 Lowther Road in Bournemouth. And I would ask Mr. Cable to present his case, please. Thank you, Mr. Cable.
Afternoon, Chair, members and everyone else. I'll just share my presentation. Hopefully everyone can see the opening slide.
We can, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The development site is 98 Lowther Road. The development is for a building for 9 flats, replacing a house with revised vehicular access. The application is for outline consent for all matters other than landscaping, which is reserved. The application has been referred to Planning Committee due to the number of objections received and by the ward councillor for concerns regarding overdevelopment, parking, loss of small family dwelling and the impact on residential amenity. This first slide shows the site location identified by the red star, showing the site and its urban location close to transport and local services in Charminster Road and within an area of mixed residential land use, being mainly houses and flats. This image shows the site outlined in red, identifying its form and position within the south side of Lowther Road. The following two slides show the site annotated by a red star. The first image is a broader aerial view showing the existing spatial layout pattern of development in which the regularity of residential plots, their shapes and sizes and prevalence of soft landscaping within those plots is clearly evident. The second nearer aerial view shows the development plot and immediate surrounding residential plots, identifying that the development building and plot are typical of others surrounding the site. This image shows the site frontage to adjoining plots at 96, located to the left of the arrowed building, and 100 Lowther Road shown to the right. The notable features being the domestic scale and form of building, the deep frontages with soft landscaping features evident, the site having its own existing single vehicular access to the right hand side of the front boundary with informal parking within the frontage. This slide shows the elevations of the proposed building and the approved scheme on the adjoining site at 96 Lowther Road. The current scheme is arrowed red and the approved scheme arrowed blue. Key points to note from this slide are that the scale, form and appearance of the proposed and approved scheme are essentially replicated by the current scheme. This slide shows the approved elevations for the replacement apartment scheme at 96 Lowther Road and its built relationship to existing adjoining building and the impact on the immediate street scene. It shows a building of a scale, form, layout and appearance having a respectful relationship to existing buildings. This image shows the floor plan of the proposals for 9 units comprising 6 one-bed and 3 two-bed units set over 3 floor levels. I note the concerns expressed regarding the impact on living conditions and also for future residents. I'd just like to note that the majority of units satisfy the internal floor standards under the DCLG National Housing Standards, almost replicating the layout for the approved scheme. The window layout and aspect provide good internal living environment. The proposals provide a generous on-site amenity space. The collective facilities therefore provide a good quality living environment for future residents. This shows the approved floor plan for the scheme at 96 Lowther Road for the same number of and mix of units over 3 floor levels as now proposed. This slide shows the layout of the proposed apartment development arrowed red, together with that of the recently approved extant development scheme at 96 Lowther Road, arrowed blue on the adjoining site. The proposed footprint has a similar position in the site, being slightly closer to 100 Lowther, 5 metres further rearward, but having the same position to 96 Lowther Road. Reference to the proposed and approved schemes demonstrate that the current proposals are almost identical to the approved scheme, having regard to the matters of building footprint size, layout, density, design, appearance, scale, and the amount of development proposed. The layout shows a new vehicular access to the left side of the frontage with the existing access closed off and the existing drop curb reinstated. The frontage would be laid to permeable hard standing with 3 car parking spaces that accord with the adopted highway layout standards of the council. Though concerns have been raised regarding parking provision, potential off-site impacts, the parking requirement is informed by the sustainable location of the site to local services, second only to a town centre location. And the development has low occupancy levels which trigger a zero demand for on-site parking under the requirement of the council's adopted parking standards, which accords with the council's sustainable transport policy to encourage the use of other modes of transport other than the car. The on-site car spaces proposed comply with the council's layout standards. The scheme is not objected to by the council's highway officer. The scheme would also encourage cycling by residents by providing a cycle store that meets the council's requirements. These 2 slides show a rear view of 98 Lather Road, the development building shown arrowed in red. Adjacent to numbers 96 and 100 Lather Road, taken from the generously sized rear garden of the site that would separate the proposed building from surrounding development and provide the amenity space for future residents. This slide shows the rear of the site, or part of the rear of the site, and a row of existing 3 trees standing adjacent to the side boundary with 100 Lather Road that are proposed to be removed to make way for the proposed cycle store. The second slide shows existing trees standing close to but within the rear boundary of the site. The smaller tree shown in the middle of the site and one outside the site in 96 Lather Road standing close to the side boundary with 98 are both arrowed red, are proposed to be removed. No trees proposed for removal are covered by tree preservation orders, and their loss are not objected to by the council's tree officer. The largest tree in the photo, arrowed green, falls within the conservation area located outside the site and would be retained and safeguarded from any future construction works by tree protection measures secured by condition. This image shows the location of the site, shown in red, to the Porchester Road conservation area, shown in yellow outline. It clearly shows that the site abuts a very small part of the northern boundary of the conservation area and does not fall within the conservation area. The layout and plans identify the existing building and the proposed building are set well back from the boundary, separated by a spacious rear garden and mature soft landscape features. The key characteristics of land in the conservation area are that buildings are detached villas and spacious landscape plots. Reference to the following 3 images show views towards the site from within the conservation area, from the nearest public vantage points outside number 12, number 14 Milton Road, and from the adjoining public footpath linking Lowther Road and Milton Road. Owing to the separation distances and intervening impact of existing building, high boundary screening and established soft landscaping, as you can see in the last 3 images, within and outside the conservation area, the development building would not be seen in the background or foreground setting of the conservation area and would therefore have no material effect on its identified characteristics or setting. Trees within the conservation area sited close to the site, as indicated in the earlier photographs, would not be affected and would be protected from the development, therefore conserving the setting of the conservation area. No objection was raised to the impact on the setting of the conservation area to either the previously approved scheme on the adjoining site at 96 Lather Road that has a similar built and layout relationship to the conservation area, nor to the larger appeal schemes by the inspector in 2009. I'd just like to briefly summarise and respond to a number of the key issues and concerns raised. In respect to the loss of a family house, the existing house is not classified as a small family house and therefore its loss could not be resisted under policy CS20. The building has no special architectural heritage designation to justify its retention or resist its loss. Concerns been raised in terms of the provision of an apartment building at this location. Adopted policies, including 610 and CS21, aim to provide new housing, including flats on sites such as this at these types of locations, demonstrated by the recent approval of a similar scheme on the adjoining site at 96 Lowther Road, deemed to be policy compliant. Thirdly, development is out of character, comprising cumulative overdevelopment. Reference to the content of the report and presentation demonstrate that the residential use activity, layout, form and amount of building respect the character and appearance of the area, being policy compliant, like the extant scheme was considered to be acceptable and determined under the same planning test as at 96 Lowther Road. The impact on the Portchester Road Conservation Area. The content of the report and presentation demonstrate that the proposed building would be remote from public views from the conservation area and would not harm its identified characteristics or setting. And finally, development would provide inadequate parking and be harmful to highway safety. Based on the requirements of the adopted parking standards, the proposals would comply with current policy requirements in the Council's Sustainable Transport Policy. And finally, a harmful impact on residential amenity. Reference to the content of the report and presentation demonstrate that the impact would be like that from the approved scheme at 96 Lowther Road, which has been recently determined under the same planning test to be acceptable. Finally, the concerns are raised and are understood. However, assessment of the issues against relevant tests indicate that the proposals will not be harmful as feared. The proposals will have benefits including meeting housing and social need, providing a mix of housing types, making better use of existing land while safeguarding the environment. The Council is currently failing to meet its housing requirement, and the benefits arising from the development, together with the presumption in favour for the development in meeting housing need under the tilted balance test, would outweigh any disbenefits that may result from the proposals. The proposals are therefore recommended for approval subject to suitable conditions. Thank you, and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cable. Mr. Howard, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So two objective statements to begin with. First of which is from Charlotte Curtis, and she writes, I live in one of the neighbouring properties and I'm a widow with 2 young daughters, so their safety and well-being is my priority. The addition of another multiple occupancy to the area will generate more cars and vehicular traffic on the road. My children currently attend the local primary school situated at the other end of Lowther Road. This road is for families and there are already too many flats in the nearby roads. We don't need any more, and what we do need is to retain families living in this area to keep it safe and reduce the amount of traffic on the road. For all the reasons above, I strongly object to planning permission for 98 Lowther Road. The second one, if you bear with me just a second, is from a Mr. Roland Hitchcock, and he writes, I, Roland Hitchcock of 99 Lowther Road, having been born and bred in the area and witnessed its decline during the destruction of so many family homes with their own parking, object to the above application on the grounds of Bournemouth in this particular area needs more, not less family homes. The protocol of allowing development of flats without on-site parking was intended for areas where the provision of on-street parking would not be adversely affected. This is not the case around 98 Lowther Road, as any resident could attest to. Passing the application would provide an undesirable precedent. The area has been largely defined by family homes, and further development would not be in keeping with what we have inherited from Bournemouth's golden years, setting it aside from other towns. And finally, there is already overdevelopment of the area. More would reduce its character even further. Thank you. Which takes you on to those speaking in support, and I have Mr. Annan with us from Pure Town Planning, if you'd like to take a seat.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, members. As you heard, my name is Matt Annan. I'm Chartered Town Planner and Director of Pure Town Planning. The Planning Officer has comprehensively explained the full details of the proposed scheme in his opening presentation to you, so I shan't repeat this, but As you've heard, the extant scheme for the replacement of the adjoining house at number 96 for a very similar, virtually mirrored development of 9 flats was approved at this planning committee on the 6th of October last year. I wish to outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted today in line with the officer's recommendation. Firstly, looking at the character, the general layout, scale and design and appearance of the development would be virtually identical to that of the replacement apartment scheme approved next door at number 96, which was considered to have an acceptable built relationship and impact on the area. It's worth noting that the scale and footprint approved on that site was identical to a previous scheme for 10 flats on that site, which was allowed and appeared in 2009. The inspector found the height, width, scale and appearance of the building was appropriate for the setting, and whilst that was some years ago now, the inspector's decision to allow a building of a very similar size and design was a material consideration for members back in October last year, particularly considering local planning policies used in that assessment and decision making of the allowed appeal are saved and thus still relevant today. But in any case, the consented scheme next door now forms a stronger material planning consideration weighing in favour of this development on this site. The proposal would increase the density of dwellings at this site, but again, very similar to the density adjoining, which was also for 9 flats, which members found to be compatible with the area. As such, the principle of flats is considered to be acceptable in a sustainable location, which is close to shops and other facilities in Charminster, and flats have been established from the extant consent and reinforced from assessment of other development along the road. There are many similar properties which have either been converted into flats or replaced with purpose-built blocks of flats. Secondly, looking at amenity, again, the proposed development seeks similar dwelling type mix of 6 one-bedroom flats and 3 two-bedroom flats as previously approved for the adjacent scheme. The floor plan is very similar to that of the approved scheme, almost a handed, mirrored version with the internal living spaces being almost identical. The living spaces was considered acceptable under that approved scheme, and the policy framework remains the same. The window and layout and glazing treatments under this scheme actually improves natural light received into internal living spaces from that of the adjacent scheme. The outlook and windows, layout levels to daylight levels to living spaces were considered acceptable and are comparable under the current proposals. The proposals provide a good sized amenity space to the rear of the building, which was considered to meet the needs of the occupiers of the scheme under the same density approved next door. In summary, all the flats are appropriate size and provide acceptable standard of living in terms of their layouts, outlooks, and their amenity space without impacting on any privacy of neighbouring residents. Thirdly, coming on to parking, the site falls within Zone B and the adopted parking SPD, which stipulates for a development of this nature, 9 flats arranged as 3 two-beds and 6 one-beds, a zero parking requirement would be acceptable in line with policy. However, the scheme delivers 3 car parking spacing, and having reviewed the context of the site, the Transportation Officer has no issue with this over-provision. I recall members at the last committee commenting that whilst not necessary, the provision of 3 on-site parking spaces next door was a betterment over what the policy compliant arrangement for 0 spaces would be, and as such would help to ease demand for off-site parking and improve highway safety. Councillors, this scheme would help the council meet its housing target by delivering 9 flats in a sustainable location, whilst not detrimentally impacting on the character, appearance of the area, neighbouring amenity or highway safety. I hope you agree with the officer's recommendation to grant planning permission and vote in favour of approving this proposal today.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Annan. We have a ward councillor with us today on Teams. Councillor Rocker.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Chairman, councillors, I wish to object to this planning application to demolish a family home and replace it with 9 flats, the scale, scope and density of which are inappropriate for the site and location. This is a twin copy and paste of the next door 96 Lauder Road scheme already approved, as we already heard before. The much greater mass and form of the new structure that would take up nearly half the site would create a density of occupation that would be incompatible with the limited dimensions of the house, locations, and the area. The increased density of people will increase the parking issues in Lauder Road, as only 3 car parking spaces are proposed to be available on site, which will be totally inadequate. I believe the parking policy standard should be revised, especially for areas like this one. In regard to the parking policy standards, the part of this road closer to Charminster Road doesn't require parking spaces for the new developments. Instead, the rest of the road has different requirements. This location is not town center and cars will still be a necessity. I also believe that should be taken into consideration that there are 3 similar applications in the same area and are the related consequences. 96 Lauder Road, 98 Lauder Road, 115 Lauder Road, all of them 2.5-story block of 9 flats. In total, 27 new flats to replace 3 single houses. And so we are talking about 27 kitchens and 27 bathrooms. The utilities are already under pressure in this road without increasing the number of properties being built. Can the current residents of this road be assured that the various utility companies will bring the service up to the level required to cope? The massive increase in population for this road already has brought them under pressure now. Both water and electricity in this road are already affected. Water pressure is low and companies have tested it in the past and have said that is within tolerances, but as they undertake testing during the working day and not in the evening when people are at home, these results are fallacious. The electricity power levels are also affected, particularly outside of the working day when usage is high. Unless the utility companies are going to resolve these issues and surges, trips and outages, then no further developments should be allowed in this road. Bournemouth requires family homes and this development will not achieve this. It cannot be acceptable for 3 of the flats to be between 39.05 and 39.30 square meter and 3 of the others 40.25 to 41.96 square meter. The largest are only 62.36 square meters. In brief, there are about 70 objections, must be one of the highest ever and reflects the overwhelming resident opposition and concerns. It is out of character against road typical 4-5 bed Edwardian houses with double the average size and half the garden. It encourages non-family house construction out of character with existing mainly family houses. For the previous similar application, I said that there was a fear that if the proposal went ahead, there would be a further impetus by developers to destroy the family characteristic of the neighborhood in favor of small flats. It is not a fear anymore, as it is the same road. There are 3 similar applications. Utilities under pressure, parking issues, overdevelopment, and increasing density of occupation are the main problems in this road. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you, Councillor Rocker. So, excuse me, is there anything that you'd like to come back on, please, Mr. Cable?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I mean, clearly the concerns of residents and Councillor Rocco are understood in relation to cumulative impact, and I'd just like to comment on that particular issue, really, that each scheme is required to be considered on its own planning merits. The policy framework seeks to meet social housing need while safeguarding the social and physical environment. The policy framework is designed to test the impact of development and its acceptability on the area. The content of the report and presentation show that the various elements that make up the development, parking, built form, layout, use, residential living environment, etc., all these impacts have been assessed. And though the development is bigger and more intensive than on the existing site, the assessment shows that it would not be incompatible with other uses in the area and the area has the capacity to absorb the development without causing material harm to the area, or albeit that some change would occur. The impact of the change has to be balanced against the benefits arising from that change, including providing much needed housing and the benefits for those people in meeting their housing needs at this sustainable location.
Thank you, Mr. Cable. Over to members. Councillor Trent.
Yeah, I find myself sort of torn on this to a degree because, you know, it is putting 9 dwellings in place of 1. I do question whether that area needs more single bedroom dwellings, considering that there's a lot of houses in multiple occupation nearby, and I think there's a hostel that was approved a while back nearby, and that is more likely to bring more of the same into the area. And I would have thought that 2-bedroom properties would have been the starting point. But on the actual design, although I struggle to see why the existing building couldn't have been modified, because it's a quite, you know, it's of an era and it's a reasonable looking building, and knocking things down and building new in their place isn't the most sustainable thing we can do for the future. But the replacement building does at least maintain the character of the area, so it gets a few brownie points from that point of view, looking right. But I come back to, I think, the first thing I said this morning, and it's still an issue. There are 2 trees, not protected or anything like that, coming out. And looking at the picture earlier on, where they are, and one of them looks reasonably attractive, reasonably modest-sized maple, bearing in mind that it takes about 30 years for a new have the same effect on carbon that, you know, these trees that have been there for a while. You know, it comes back to the question, why aren't we protecting trees? It didn't seem to be that either of the trees that were coming out, in particular the maple, well, what I assume was a maple from the distant view, you know, what justification is there for saying, yep, that can be taken out? So I do think, just repeating an earlier point, that we do need to get a lot tougher on trees. If we're going to be carbon neutral in 10 years' time, we're not actually getting very far towards that at the moment. But as I say, I'm torn on the actual building itself, because it at least maintains the character or the appearance of the buildings in the area. But, you know, it's providing more 1-bedroom flats, and I'm not totally convinced that that's what is needed in the area long term.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd echo an awful lot of what Councillor Trent has said. The house, from looking from the road, looks in very good condition, not derelict. But I can't agree with the language that calls it a small family house. It's 5 bedrooms. That to me is a big family house. Living in the house I do, admittedly not with the family. And if it were converted to flats, it wouldn't be 9. It might be possibly 4, 2 on each floor, I suppose. I agree with Councillor Trent that I think we're building too many 1-bed flats, a too big a proportion of 1-bed flats. But we have to look at what we're given. And I suppose, to me, in a way, the overriding thing is 96 next door. I've just looked back at the minutes of that meeting because I wasn't at it. I was substituted at that meeting. And of the 12 of us here today, 7 were at that meeting. So it'd be interesting to hear the arguments from the people. Neither Councillor Trent nor I were there. So, you know, we're coming to this fresh. But I cannot see, I mean, I think it would be perverse in the extreme to turn this down, given that 96 has been approved, which is basically the same thing. I don't think we'd stand a chance on appeal. which is just being provocative for the sake of it in a way. I mean, there are some good things about this, like the big garden communal area at the back. I think that's fantastic with a built-in barbecue and lots of seating and that sort of thing. I agree about the trees. I think the case officer said they were being removed to make way for the cycle store. Well, with all that area, surely the cycle store could be somewhere else to avoid the trees, I would have thought. But yeah, I think on balance, I'm going to have to go with this. I can't see any strong enough arguments not to.
Thank you, Councillor Pedderman. Councillor Borthwick?
I happen to have a special experience of this. My son decided to have a puncture in this particular road. So I was for about an hour to be able to view the houses. And I can tell you, I feel this is a family road. It's quite wide actually for most roads around Charminster. They're quite narrow, but this particular road is quite wide. And I couldn't see any reason why the house shouldn't be demolished and rebuilt to satisfy our housing needs. And it is housing which is so important, particularly if you haven't got one. So I do feel that there's no reason at all to turn this down, really, quite frankly. It's quite suitable for this type of development without any inconvenience to anybody else there.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Any further comment, Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, no, I was at that meeting, so, and I can remember it was a balanced decision, that first one, when it went in. But now that it is there, I think Councillor Pedderman is right. It would be very, very perverse to refuse an identical property on next door. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. So this road, I don't think, is quite as family heavy as it perhaps used to be, because I know for a fact there are plenty of student HMOs down that road as well now. So I think it's a lot more mixed use than it clearly was some years ago. There seems to be a little bit of contradiction about how many flats there are down there. I heard in some of the deputations that there were too many flats, but also that it was entirely families and large family houses. So it's one or the other. And actually, to be honest, I think it's neither, because I think it's become a much more mixed-use road these days. So given the fact that it accords with all our policies and we've got something almost identical next door, I can't see any reason to refuse it, and not seeing too many hands shooting up, I'd happily propose that we go forward with the officer's recommendation. I'd seek a second. Thank you, Chair.
Happy to second that, Chair. Councillor Barron. Thank you.
Any further comments from members? I'm not going to say very much on this one because it's actually my ward, and so I do know the area incredibly well. I do sympathise totally with a lot of the residents. We have an inordinate amount of HMOs in our area, which does cause a lot of problems. The alleyway that you see in those pictures, which is the alleyway that leads to Milton Road, I personally went down there with some residents and cleared that alleyway to prevent any more of the antisocial behaviour that was going on down there. We had a CCTV camera installed there because of the antisocial behaviour caused by many of the smaller dwellings that are in that area. So I do fully sympathise with the residents in that area. But as I keep saying, as chairman of this planning board, we have to adhere to policy, and the policies are that we should be granting this application. The mention of the parking, again, you know my views on the parking SPD. I've said it more than once, and we've all said it many, many times, but it is the policy we have to go by at the moment. I'm glad that they're going to be 3 EV points that they're putting in. Really thought they could have put a few more in. I know the SPD says it doesn't need any, but any decent property developer would still think we could put a few in there, and they could have got more than 3 in there if they'd want to jig around a little bit. But that being said, unfortunately, I will have to support this one as it does meet with our planning policies in every aspect. So I will be supporting the move. So I will call out in turn on this one, and please state for or against. Councillor Barron. 4. Councillor Borthwick. 4. Councillor Bull. 4. Councillor Davies. 4. Councillor Hall. 4. Councillor Hilliard. 4. Councillor Lawton. 4. Councillor Le Pedderman.
4.
Councillor McCormick.
4.
Councillor Trent. 4. Councillor Johnson? 4. And myself also 4. So in my maths, that is unanimous. So thank you very much to the applicant for coming in with that, and thank you very much to the residents that have written in, raising their concerns on that one. They have been noted. Thank you. Moving on to the final item this afternoon, which is 6E, which is 2 Watermead, 23 Willow Way in Christchurch. And I would ask Mr. Lester if he could present his case, please.
Thank you, Chair. If you just bear with me one moment whilst I just share my screen with you so you can see the presentation.
David, can I just make a point about this application? I don't know whether other members have noticed that, but we had an email in, a representation about this one. On mine, it's timed at 10:02. Well, that is useless for people to try and make a point to us when the meeting has already started. I haven't read it. I don't know what's in it, but it's about this application. And I think, you know, people who make representations often send them in rather late and don't really give us time to give them the sort of consideration they would expect us to be giving them.
Yeah, I mean, just before we go to that, I agree. It was some very late reps have come in on that one. In fact, I think I've had 50 over the last 2 days that have come as direct emails. We have to read as many as we can, obviously, but people cannot expect us halfway through a meeting to suddenly start reading their reps. We need to be able to see them beforehand. So hopefully residents will realise that. So, Mr. Lester, are you ready, please?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. So the site is at 2 Watermead, 23 Willow Way in Christchurch, and the proposal is for a first floor extension, including a south facing balcony. Here we can see the site itself with the orange arrow just pointing at it, and to the north of the site is Willow Drive, and to the south of the site we have the River Stour, and just beyond the River Stour in this location is the Wick Village conservation area. Here we can see the existing elevations of the property, which was or is a contemporary styled bungalow, which was a replacement dwelling for the original bungalow that stood on site. And the south elevation is the river facing elevation. If I just move on to the proposed elevations, here we can see the proposed first floor addition here, and you can just make out the balcony with the privacy screens to either side, and the neighbouring properties are just shown in outline on that south elevation. And then the east and the west elevations, again, you can see the proposed first floor addition with the gap to the neighbouring property to the north, which is approximately 20 metres. And then the north elevation, we can see the outlines of the properties located to either side, and again the first floor addition proposed. The existing and proposed floor plans. The existing floor plan will not change particularly much at the ground floor level, except with the addition of a staircase to allow access to the new first floor addition, which is shown by these red walls. And then you can see the balcony to the rear, again the privacy screens and new windows on the east elevation, one to serve bedroom, one to serve an ensuite. And moving on to the proposed site plan, this again just shows you the location of the first floor addition within the existing replacement dwelling. And you can see the relationship between that proposal and the properties to the east and to the west. And again, the property to the north, again, the separation distance there is approximately 20 metres. During the course of the application, a number of concerns were raised regarding privacy and the potential for overlooking from that new first floor addition. The property located to the west doesn't have any flank windows, any windows in its flank elevation rather, and there are no windows proposed in that elevation of the proposal. The property to the east does have a ground floor window in approximately this location, but it is set back under some overhanging eaves. There are also a pair of roof lights in approximately this location, and the windows in the proposal, there's a window here to serve the bedroom and one in this curved element, that approximate location to serve the ensuite, along with the balcony, which does have, as I say, the privacy screens to the east and the west sides. This is just a closer view of the site, again, just showing the relationship between the property to the west and the property to the east. Moving on now to the photographs of the site. Here we can see the site itself, shown by the blue arrow, the access and parking to the site, which is considered appropriate to the size of the resulting property that would result from the proposal. And then you can see the access in this location going through into the Watermead development. Here we have a view taken from the south of the site, looking towards the west. This is the river-facing elevation of the property, and you can see the variety of property styles, heights, and materials. And again, we've got another view to the east. Again, this is the river-facing elevation, and this is the Watermead development with the properties along here. And the property you can see at this location is number 24 Willow Way, which is a recently developed 3-storey contemporary dwelling, which is a similar style to the existing property on site. And then a further contemporary property being the Captain's Club, just to the right of the photograph. Here is a view just taken across the river towards the Wick Village Conservation Area. And this is taken from the Wick Village Conservation Area, looking back towards the site, which is located here. During the course of the application, the council's conservation officer was invited to comment on the proposals, and they considered that the proposals, with appropriate details of materials and samples submitted, would have a neutral impact on the conservation area. Here is just a closer view of the rear of the property, again showing its contemporary style and the palette, mixed palette of modern materials. And the view of the side and rear of the property, just showing the relationship with the property to the east and sort of the open plan nature of the boundary. And similar view of the property to the west, just to show the relationship between the site and the neighbour. Here we can see, again, this is the property to the east, and you can see the flank elevation window at ground floor level set in under the eaves of the property. And now moving back to the front of the property, again, the access into the Watermead development, which leads into this element of the development here. This is the front portion of the Watermead development with the bungalows on the river frontage. And again, you can see number 24 Willow Way in the distance. And this is the back element of the Watermead development, where you've got a mix of 2 and 2.5 storey properties. And this is the final picture, just to show again the relationship between the site and the property to the west, where you can see that there are no openings in the flank elevation and there are 2 north-facing windows. So in summary, the proposed development is considered to have an acceptable impact on the character and appearance of the surrounding area, including the setting of the Wick Village Conservation Area. The proposal is considered to respect residential living conditions and to preserve the privacy of neighbouring properties. It is not considered the proposal would result in any significant adverse impacts by way of loss of light, overbearing impact, or loss of outlook, nor have any adverse impact on parking provision, highway safety, or wildlife. For that reason, the recommendation is approval, subject to the conditions which are set out in the committee report in the agenda pack. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. Mr. Howard, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Firstly, speaking on objection, I have Kim Blunt from Southern Planning and Brett Jones, the Chair of Watermead Management, if you'd like to come up to the desk at the front here.
If you just have one on at a time, please.
Oh, okay. So apologies.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes between the two.
Yes, I do. I will say the majority, and then the director of the Water Management Company will
Absolutely
sum
fine.
up at the end if that's okay.
Not a problem. Thank you.
Just get my machine going. I've got paper backup if necessary. So the neighbourhood at Watermead is significantly different to development elsewhere in Willow Way. It is the charm of the 1970s buildings and layout, with only single-storey properties fronting the river, that creates the distinctive character and sense of place that distinguishes Watermead from the other developments in the area. The greater sense of space on the waterfront at this location makes a positive contribution to the variety in the river street scene and to the setting of Wick Conservation Area. You do have to remember there is a public footpath on the opposite side of the river. It is noteworthy that, apart from the application property, no others at Watermead have been demolished and redeveloped. The recent redevelopment of the modest bungalow that was at number 2 failed to take into account the unique character of the neighbourhood and the sensitivity it has to the public views and the heritage asset. The existing property is therefore already bulky and prominent, and as a result is unsympathetic to the prevailing character and amenity. That's at the immediate locality. Indeed, the Conservation Officer notes that the application property is highly visible from many public vistas within the conservation area, as well as to many watercraft users on the river. The Conservation Officer also notes that its immediate context is of low-scale dwellings, which have a low-level presence on the waterfront and from public views. It is obvious, therefore, that any increase in the height and mass of the property would be unacceptably intrusive to the riverine and historic environs. As the officer report notes, the properties in the locality are very much cheek by jowl. All the more reason, therefore, to protect residential amenities and not to increase the harm. Contrary to the officer report, the proposed second storey would in fact be much higher than the adjacent modest property to the west of at 22 Willow Way. So that's when you look at it on the left, there's a tiny, very modest property, and it would tower over the adjacent bungalow at number 3 to the east, which has a living room window facing the application property. The east-facing upper floor window in the proposed second storey, together with its height and bulk, would result in unacceptable harm to residential amenities of number 3 through overbearing impact, loss of outlook, and loss of privacy. There would also be unacceptable loss of outlook for other nearby properties, and in particular at number 5 to the rear. All of this would be contrary to Development Plan Policies HE2 and H12 and paragraph 130 of the NPPF. In conclusion, it's important to note that the distinctive character at Watermead makes a significant contribution to the character and amenity of the area. In particular, the low-level presence of the bungalows creates a greater sense of space along the river corridor, and which better reveals the significance of the conservation area on the opposite side. Whereas the proposed second storey would in fact increase the existing harm to the significance. It does not therefore accord with the requirements of Policy HE1 for valuing and conserving our historic environment and paragraphs 197 and 206 of the NPPF. Where a development is unacceptable to planning, then mitigation cannot be used to make it acceptable. It is acknowledged that since the 1970s, many of the properties have been subject to improvements, but none that increased their height or visual prominence. Whereas the second storey at number 2 would introduce a 2-storey building, which is out of keeping with the bungalows on the waterfront. It would therefore fail to reflect and enhance the distinctive character of place, which is contrary to development plan and national planning policy. There is no justification sufficient to overcome the demonstrable harm arising from the proposals, and the Planning Committee are therefore respectfully requested to refuse the application.
I am saddened to be here today discussing an application that should never have been applied for. The strength of feeling against this application can be measured by the 70-odd objections from the community. Placing another sea container on top of an existing overbearing sea container will make the property even more unsightly and out of character with the Watermead estate. Our covenants have governed the changes in the properties since they were built. The applicant knows this and yet ignores this principle for his own unneighbourly development. I say unneighbourly because the predecessor authority had to call in back and amend the previous application at great public expense. We have had the overbuilding of the development onto number 3, resulting in a court order in April to enforce the boundaries. We have planning breaches of the current permissions, and it would of course result in great anguish for the immediate and all neighbours. Watermead is not comparable in planning terms with any other development. It retains its charm and visibility from the river and the conservation area opposite. So
Why do we have to change our character? I implore members to maintain the site as is, reject this application and agree with the principle that Watermead should be registered as a heritage site in the local plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaking of support, we have Philippa Gatehouse from Chapman Lily Planning.
Can I just make sure that everything can hear me? The mic is turned on. Brilliant. Chairman and committee members, on behalf of the applicant Kay Slater, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. We've worked really proactively and collaboratively with your case officer and present to you today a scheme we believe is worthy of the recommendation for approval. I've listened to some of the comments made today, and I think it's really important just to think about what the proposal's for. The proposal, as outlined by your case officer, constitutes a householder, first floor, subservient extension and a balcony in it accords with the existing contemporary design of the existing dwelling on site, which was approved in 2020. The proposal is of modest scale, having a floor area substantially smaller than the existing ground floor. The proposal is set back from the east, north and south elevations, ensuring suitable separation distances between dwellings, respecting the existing building line and respecting the amenity of neighbouring dwellings, all while reducing any perceived bulk of the proposal through a deliberate step change in roof height. I think it's important to reiterate that, as previously heard, there's covenant, but this is not a planning consideration and shouldn't be considered by as outlined in your case officer's report, while Watermead could be described as having a unique layout, this should not preclude development. The proposal injects life into the area, employing a contemporary design that reflects the fast changing and evolving character of the river scene, building upon dwellings in Watermead that could be considered by some outdated in appearance. It's also clear that the existing dwelling has already been divorced from the surrounding Watermead through its contemporary design already. The proposal for the subservient first floor extension only builds upon the existing established design, enhancing the livability of the dwelling. And it's clear that the proposal instead relates more to the dwellings located to the west of the site, which are currently being redeveloped. For example, 21 Willow Way, which throughout the course of this application is being built out and demonstrates the acceptability of a higher ridgeline, as we saw earlier in the slides. I'd also point out that the proposal remains significantly lower than this ridge height. A three-storey dwelling with a similar contemporary appearance, as outlined by your case officer, is located just east of Watermead, and the proposal will therefore integrate well with the evolving river scene. The conservation officer has confirmed that the proposal will have a neutral impact on the Wicks Village conservation area, and its acceptability on neighbouring amenity and privacy has been confirmed as acceptable by your own case officer. The design of the proposal integrates playful curves and first floor planting to break up elevations and to enhance visual interest. The proposed planting enhances upon biodiversity of the site, while the contemporary design and large south-facing windows ensure sustainability, acknowledging the declared climate emergency. And I think it's just really important to reiterate the scale of the proposal, which is substantially smaller than the existing ground floor, and is clearly subservient to the existing dwelling. The proposal is modest, and both your own case officer and the conservation, to repeat, has concluded that it's acceptable both in design, appearance and scale on the adjacent conservation area. During the application, via collaboration with your case officer, the wraparound balcony has been removed so that the balcony sits only to the south of the extension. Additional privacy screens have also been added, ensuring that the residential amenity of neighbouring properties is preserved and it respects the neighbours' privacy. Due regard must also be given to the existing shared spaces to the south of the dwellings, which enables mutual overlooking already at Watermead. Your case officer has reached their own conclusion that the impact on residential amenity is acceptable, and the proposal therefore clearly accords with both national and local policy, and we can only commend the case officer's recommendation to approve the application.
Thank you very much. We have no ward councillors with us on this one. So, Mr. Lester, is there anything that you have heard that you'd like to come back on?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think so, not at this.
Thank you very much. In that case, over to members, please. Who would like to start off on that? Councillor Borthwick.
Only that I'd like to submit these 2 photographs. Am I allowed?
No.
No.
No. No. No, you can't submit anything once the meeting's started.
Being the member.
No. No, you can't. Can't be done. Okay.
All right. Hold on. I'll give up there.
Come on then. Move on.
Hold
Have you
on.
got a question?
Oh, I have viewed 2 pictures, and I can tell you the difference is quite considerable. It's so ugly. The second application where it's above the other people. I've got a picture from the other side of the river, and the rooftops are fairly level. But this extension which goes up is, well, it's horrendous. It just doesn't fit in at all, quite frankly. I'm very sorry that I'm not clever enough to send it across to you.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I've had so many representations from both sides of the river, and I am concerned that the Watersmead is a separate development from Willow Way. Captain's Club was mentioned, but Captain's Club further down the river does comply with the view and the aesthetics of that area. This is completely, in my opinion, out of character. And we've got plenty of policies, Mr. Chairman, that would make it clear that we could refuse it on these reasons. We've got policy HE12, and that's got 4 policies where the make it clear that they are appropriate, any new extensions are appropriate and in character, scale and design. And this certainly is not in character and in scale with the design. It's not really fair, in my opinion, to compare this with other properties in Willow Way, and that's what they're doing at the moment. I think it's important that we have the appropriate character, scale and design and the materials, and this is part of policy H12. So I do think there's plenty of reasons for refusal. And also the BE4, the character and appearance, the heritage assets are affected. The conservation officer did mention the 14th century walk at Willow Wick Lane Village, and that is important. It's still a lovely area. Oh, I lost my voice, Mr. Chairman. So, could I come back later, please?
You can. Any other comments? Councillor Trent.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Looking at this, I kind of found it a confusing mishmash of styles and types and so on, and I'm not quite sure that I could see what you would actually be protecting style-wise as a conservation thing. But I think the thing that stands out from it, and yeah, the building does sort of stick out like a sore thumb, but there are some other buildings which, you know, at the other extreme. But what I picked up in the first few things I've read, I wasn't able to read them all, was that there seemed to be concerns about how the property's been used, and there were fears about the first floor terrace, and the fact that the ground floor allows you to do what you would do on a terrace anyway. Putting something like that on the first floor has got to interfere with the sort of surroundings anyway. So I am concerned about that aspect of it. You know, it's a fairly sizable one, that terrace area that could be used for sort of quite large parties. And as I say, what was hinted in everything I kind of looked at was that was the real concern in that area. So personally, I think it's pushing the envelope too far, and you know, they're basically trying to create 2 floors of terrace space, and that I don't think fits in with the residential neighbourhood around it. I know it all overlooks the river and so on, but I just kind of feel it's kind of stepping too far out of line with what is acceptable in that area.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. Are you okay now? Yeah, you carry on. We'll come back to you shortly. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. We should obviously note that Christchurch Town Council, they object, and similar policies, H2, H12, it's about the character, the scale, the mass. And what you will see across all of Christchurch and Highcliffe, the former borough of Christchurch, is that different areas, as Watermead, have their own bespoke character. So the report might talk about properties to the west are 2.5 story, but we're talking about the Watermead character and the specific, I know we're covenants, we're not discussing that, but there is a covenant, and the people who buy Watermead properties know that they're single story properties, and that's the whole character they're buying. So I think we have to take that in consideration, and yeah, I would propose rejection of this application. Thank you.
So you're moving that refusal, Councillor Hilliard?
Yes.
Do you have a seconder on that move, please? Are you fit to speak now, Councillor Hall?
Mic on now. It is a special area. Watersmead is completely different from Willow Way. Some of the properties in Willow Way were extended, but they were extended on their own footprint, so they weren't knocked down in minutes and started again. It's also a very important policy than H12 that it's completely out of character. We must stick to policies that Christchurch established. So, in my opinion, it should be completely refused, and there shouldn't be any question about it. And mainly because it's against our policy. So, in my opinion, it's harmful to the conservation area. It's also out of the impact on the it's too much. So I think really we should refuse it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor, can I just go through your reasons again for refusal, just so I can note them down? Thank you.
Yeah, so there were overbearing relationship with neighbourhood properties, impacting upon their amenity, and the development will be out of character. So it's HE2 and H12.
HE2, H12. What's B4? I'll take the ones you have for the time being, Councillor Hilliard. Is there any further comments from any members? Councillor Penton.
Thank you. Again, I'm finding this a very difficult one because it's not an area. I mean, I was not aware that Watermead is considered, until this meeting, that Watermead is considered a separate development, because looking across the river, the picture we had up on the screen a few minutes ago, I don't know whether we can get that one back. That's the one. If you look at that, yes, clearly the ones on the right of that picture towards Christchurch are low level. But from the application site going the opposite way, they become two-storey with quite a steep pitched roof. So they're quite high. Now, that to me is one's vista. I now learned that, in fact, part of it is Watermead and part of it is Willow Way. But looking from the opposite side of the river, or even standing on the grass in front, which I did, you wouldn't know that. I didn't know that. And if we're talking about the effect on the conservation area of Wick Village, well, you're looking across this sort of view, across a wide expanse of grass, then half the river. I'm struggling to see how that can have any effect. And there's an awful lot of trees in between as well. So I'm struggling to see how that can have any effect at all, looking at that aspect. I mean, to be honest, I do not like the design, but I don't like what's there now, with or without the top layer. I mean, I don't think that's in keeping, but it's been granted. We are where we are, so we've got to look now. And I'm struggling to find a reason, given that that is already there, and given that the adjacent properties are all a high two-storey with the steep pitch. I'm struggling to have a reason not to accept it. So I'm still not sure.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I think I find myself agreeing with Councillor Lepedevin, and I hope there was no surprise in my voice that that wasn't how it was meant to come across. But I think she makes a very, very good point in that the character, certainly from the river scene, it doesn't begin and end with Watermead. If Watermead had some separation to the developments to either side, I think it'd be far, far easier to argue that this one building disrupts the entire river scene and the outlook of it. But the fact is that one goes into another, and no, this doesn't blend in seamlessly. It just doesn't. There's, you know, personally, I quite like the more modern design, but that's totally by the by and has no impact on this. But for me, the fact that this proposed is subservient to what's there already, it's not as big. If it was a full second story, I don't think there would be any chance that I could support it, because then it would be incredibly dominant on what's there. Also, the fact that the balcony is minimal and there are privacy screens already in there, but it's not a big enough space for any large number of people to get together and disrupt what is clearly quite a lovely and quiet area. That removes a little bit of my concern, and I think that the fact that to the west, I think it is, where you do start stepping up into higher buildings, I think that means that it is a balanced decision, but I think it is acceptable, because I think on policy grounds there just isn't a reason to refuse it. So I won't be supporting the move at this time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I just want to come back on the use of B4, Councillor Hilliard. I would not advise the use of B4, because B4 is for within conservation areas and this is not. So I wouldn't advise using B4.
Thank you for that. No, so I think we've got enough strong ones with HE 2 and 12.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments from any members? Councillor Hall.
Again, Mr. Chairman, it's of residential amenities, and for existing and future occupiers, dwellings are not adversely affected by noise, disturbance, or loss of life or privacy, and it would lose both of that.
And what policy is that, Councillor Hall?
Page 12.
Okay, so we have that move on the table. We will go to the vote on that move. Before we do that, Mr. Lester, is there anything that you would like to come back on before we move to that vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. No, I don't that I can respond to that's been said during the debate at the moment?
In that case, thank you very much. We will move to refuse this application. If you are for that move, please say for. Councillor Barron.
Reluctantly against.
Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Bull.
For the motion, yeah.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor Lawton.
For.
Councillor Pedderman.
Against.
Councillor McCormick.
For.
Councillor Trent.
For.
Councillor Johnson.
Against.
And myself also against on that one. Can I have the numbers, please?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just appreciate clarification from Councillor Borthwick. I didn't quite catch.
Councillor Borthwick was for.
Yeah. In that case, I have 8 votes for and 4 against.
Therefore, that application has been refused. Thank you very much to the residents for coming along. Thank you very much, members, for your debate today. On that note, I declare the meeting closed and I wish you all a very happy weekend. Thank you very much.